Okay.
Do you think that Miss Bailey's gonna show up?
No.
We have no recommendation.
Okay, we're on the record for docket 1396. It is 8:38.
Yeah, thanks, that's what. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
This is the State Board of Equalization, and I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona, in the Board of Supervisors Auditorium. Also on the panel is Krista Rush, acting as secretary and member. This is the October 1st, 2024, and we are again in the Board of Supervisors Auditorium, and we're going to be hearing the first case, which is the 830. The petitioner is Cheryl L. Bailey. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01396-08. The property ID number is 333-13-206. And at this time, Ms. Bailey is appearing to be a no-show. And if Ms. Bailey shows up after the hearing, we'll open it back up and make sure she gets the hearing if she shows up. Okay, and would I please have the assessors and Mr. Rasmussen, if I can, Tiffany Green. Would you please state your name?
Tiffany Green?
Darren Rasmussen?
You solemnly swear that the evidence you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth. Please say, I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. I should. And now, if you have a soft voice, please speak up, because, I've got this buzzing going on in my ear. And so it really helps to, make sure that everybody hears you. Okay, does the assessor have a recommendation?
No, we do not have a recommendation.
Okay. And Ms. Secretary, would you please read the basis of the petition?
The basis of the petition is market.
Okay, thank you. The basis of the petition, I'll go ahead and read that since they're not here. 10253 North Vulture Drive, 4,000 on market for 707 days, no sale. 7418 East Dome Rock Drive, 5,000 on market for 607 days, no sale. 7550 East Chaparral Drive, 5,000 on market for 741 days, no sale. I have owned this lot in Valley Vista for 30 years plus and have never been able to sell it for a minimal $2,000 purchase price. If you think it is worth it, plus dash minus 6K, I'll sell it to you for half value. And they're requesting $2,000. Is this a vacant lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Presented with these two documents.
Okay. And was this from the petitioner or from you?
That was from the petitioner that the clerk of the board just brought us.
Okay. Okay, so then these are the sales nearby that the petitioner wrote down?
That's what we're assuming.
And did you, on your packet, are you going to be able to talk about her sales? Or
We were not able to look up any of the parcels.
Yeah, we just received that information about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so we don't have any information to.
Okay, let's review the addresses. Okay, so
Well, the petitioner sales nearby, I'll just go ahead and read them into the record. 10030 Oxbourne sold for $2,200 in January of 2022. 1000 Oxbourne, Oxbow, sold for $3,000 in January of 2023. 7197 Blazed Ridge sold for $3,250 on August 2023. 10079 Pioneer sold for $4,000 in June 2022, and 7223 Nugget sold for $1,500 in June of 2022. I will never get $6,356 for this lot that I have stupidly paid $2,000 for in 1990 and 1991. Cheryl. Okay. Okay, why don't we go ahead and Ms. Green, why don't you go ahead and present? Did I read into the record that, just going back, Darren Rasmussen is representing, and also Tiffany Green are representing the Mojave County Assessor? Okay, Ms. Green, are you going to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. We had the assessed value, full cash value at $3,607, and with an LPV of $1,563. We have no recommendation at this time. We did look over the comparables that the petitioner had given us. The comparables were actually properties that were listed for sale. They were not sales at the time. We did look currently once this BOE came through, and we found that 2 of the properties that she listed were actually sold. We have 8 comparables, and we did find that we do not have a recommendation to support our value.
So what are your sales ranging from?
Our sales range from 3,000 all the way to 5,000. And that is between January of 2022 all the way till August of 2023.
And
Madam Chair, we do have a location map that shows the subject in blue, the petitioner's 2 properties in red, and the 2 comparables in orange, with ours being comparables in green.
okay, so and then you didn't have, okay, from her comparables, you don't have them listed on this page here? It's just yours?
Yes, that's ours.
Okay, so were they the same size? And
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the assessor.
yes,
On the justification and reconciliation on page 1, the sale prices listed, are those time-adjusted sale prices?
Yes, yes, they are.
So the $3,800 for the Vulture Drive property is a time-adjusted sale price, not an actual sale price. Is that correct? On page 1, on the justification that you're showing.
That one was actually the sale price that was current.
Okay.
Yep, because it just sold.
Okay, and then what about the May 8th of 2024? Is that an actual sale price?
That's actually sale prices, yes.
Thank you. But it's not listed in your analysis, correct?
No.
On page 2?
Because that came after.
Okay, thank you. What are the sizes of those properties compared to the subject?
Those were relatively the same,
Same?
yeah.
And on the map, where is, I see the subject on, up above, but where on, in the subdivision, where is the subject located?
The subject is in blue,
In blue?
yes.
Oh, okay,
And then the comparables that the petitioner provided are in the red.
in red.
Yep. And then the next map page will
Is
have the
where you're-
breakdown.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Secretary, just to confirm, those are the sales that were originally submitted?
Yes.
Not the ones that,
That you received today.
yeah, not the ones that were received today.
Is there any way to know where the sales are located that were just submitted today? I know some of them have the same street name of Oxbow, but we
Well, and
don't.
that's the only copy, so, I mean, if
Here.
are there complete street addresses?
Yes.
Because I can probably try to bounce through them on our
Yes.
system
Can
to
you,
see if I can't get you a picture of them. Is that what you're looking for?
I would, yes, if you could, give me an idea of how close they are to the subject. Okay, thank you.
I'll scroll out and see what we can do.
Well, the first two have Oxbow as the street address, which I know is
Is the same as the
correct, yes.
subject.
And if, hey, guys, if we could get my screen so I can show them the orthos on these properties, switch to my screen. Thank you. So you're comfortable with going over the Oxbow, go straight down to Blazed? Is that what you're looking for?
We have Oxbow Drive, which only has about maybe 25 parcels on it.
See, I just,
Know if that was actually within that area.
well,
Okay, so Oxbow is actually where the subject is, so that's up there. Can you drag down?
I got a bunch of maps on. There we go. That's about what I get without screwing it all up.
Okay, so Blazed Ridge, Oxbow is right here.
Can you see
She's
the cursor on your screen? So that in blue is is that Blazed Ridge comp. Where my hand or my pointer is Oxbow.
The blue is the first comparable that,
No, it's actually the third. I skipped over the two Oxbows.
okay,
Blazed,
So that
it would be 7197 Blazed Ridge.
okay. So the comparable, or the third comparable on what the petitioner put in is right there.
Right here?
Correct, and that's the subject.
And that was sold for what?
What did that sell for?
The one for Blazed Ridge, she put down that it sold for 3,250, and we have it as 3,258 from our records, so that is correct.
That's our comp.
That's part of our,
And what
number
date, was-
5.
what was the date on that?
That one is August of '23.
So for clarification, her third one down is our comp 5.
So we can number 5 on that one.
Are they the ones that she submitted? Those are the ones she originally.
And that is the most recent comparable, I believe, that is on that list. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The rest were in 2022, from my memory?
We did have one in,
On the, I'm sorry, on the petitioner's updated
oh,
list?
on the petitioner's
You
update
want
list?
it back, or you want me to keep searching?
I just wanted to recollect. Yeah, the only, oh no, I apologize, there was a 3,000 sale. If you could look at the second one for me, that's from January 1.
Yes.
Second one?
in January of 2023.
Is this one on our,
No, I don't know.
it's not ours, okay.
We'll need to pull it up.
What's the address?
10030 Oxbow.
W?
Yep, drive. Should pull it up.
Yeah.
Let's see which
Quite
one.
a few in the area.
Number 6 on my list.
It is?
Yeah, it's sold again
I
on
gotta turn,
5/22.
remind me to turn it off.
Is that on Oxbow as well?
Yes, so that one, the 10030 Oxbow Drive, she has, petitioner has down $2,200, that sold January of '22. And on my comparables, it is number 6, and it sold for $3,000. Again, it sold on, May of '22. So that would be number 6 on my list.
Madam Chair, I thought that there was a January of 2023 sale date on that list that the petitioner presented.
100.
That'd be the second one,
One-
so let's look at that.
Okay.
That's the 10000 Oxbow. 00.
But they're all one. Yes, you do have to put Kingman in.
That address is not pulling up.
What is it again?
10000. Yeah,
10000 Oxford.
maybe when you, do you have your way with it? That address is not coming up for us.
Checking that.
What's your number 7?
Let's see.
That's a horrible view.
Is there anything different, in comparison to her lot? I mean, I know that they're really close in size. I noticed that on one side, like 2 and 3 sold for more. And 1, 2, and 3 sold for more than the rest of them. Is there any reason for that?
No, there is not.
And they're not on a golf or,
No golf course in that area,
or green belt?
no. And these properties all did not have utilities at all.
Which one, all, none of them
All of
had?
them, yeah.
Okay,
And all had the same, similar topos.
okay.
Topography.
Are all of them, how are they assessed? Are they assessed basically the same as a subject?
Yes, that is correct.
Madam Chair, are you talking in valuation like market?
Yeah.
cost, or They're all valued on market.
Okay, so this is on, what is this on per square foot? Let me see.
We have it on our pack is, 43,560 divided by. 43,560.
Okay, so this is on at 37 cents per square foot.
Oh,
Ms. Rush, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I mean, at first I thought values were going down until the assessor's office raised the recent sales in 2024 at 3,800 and 5,000. Which you would time adjust those back to January 1 of this year, but. Threw that theory out the window.
Okay, let's see. So 856. Okay, which one on, the one, 133-13, 856, where was that at? Was that, I mean, what, was that on the map?
no, those were not included on the map because those came in after, when she did the BOE.
Are you talking about in the justification?
No, right.
Madam Chair, on page 1, under your justification, the 2 sales that occurred in 2024.
No, I was not able to put those on the map. I just had the comparables we used.
Are they anywhere within this page on your map?
We could pull that up. 333, 13,
333?
13, 856. And I can look at it that way. That one is on. Trying to read sideways. Oh, that's way over.
It's on the edge of this,
Yeah, that's all the way over to the left side of the subdivision.
and that's the Vulture Drive.
Mhm.
And can you please bring up the one on Dome Rock Drive, 333-13-402?
That is across from a residence down in the right corner. Let's see if that one. That one is letter B on the ortho.
Are we still seeing the red as the subject, or no?
No.
Oh, the blue.
Oh, I know, but there's red in there somewhere, I didn't know what that signified.
Okay, so the A actually will be the 856A. I did have that one. And then B will be the 402. And the comparable 205 is C, and that one was not listed anywhere for sale or sold. That one actually, and it has a improvement on it now.
I don't have a problem with the value.
Huh?
I don't have a problem with the value.
Well, I think in consistency of, if they're all, as full cash value, all treated the same. As far as the sales, I actually came up with a little bit lower, but that was based on just the sales around here. But then again, and I used the time adjusted and then unadjusted, so.
Yeah. Because we haven't had any sales. We've only had 2 sales in 2023.
Yeah.
And the others were all in 2022. What are you coming up with?
I had, okay, where'd you go? Oh, I actually was around, 3,400. So, it's, again, it's kind of a judgment call, but I'll go ahead, make a motion for no change at 3,607, which is market. The LPV is 1,563. It's 100% Class 2 at 15%. And is this a Rule A?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. And that concludes the hearing.
You're off the record.
Have your, okay. Huh?
I put the wrong
If Mr. Russo is at 8:50, we'll go ahead and start the appeal. And if he does not show up, if he shows up later, we can open it back up.
We're on the record for docket 1397, and it's 9:09 a.m.
Okay, this is the State Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County in the Administration Building for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case that we're going to have on the agenda is the 850. The petitioner is Raymond R. Russo. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01397-08. The property ID is 329-09-113. Also on the panel is Krista Rush, is acting as secretary and member. Representing the Maricopa, bad habit. The Mojave County assessor, would you please state your name?
Stephanie Kress.
Okay. And Stephanie, do you have a card? You'll be giving us one?
Yes.
Okay.
Attached to my thing here.
And Darren Rasmussen is also representing Mojave County, and he was sworn in a previous hearing. And Ms. Kress, would you please raise your right hand and state your full name?
Stephanie Kress.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the evidence and testimony to be given is the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the appeal based on?
Based on market sales, and it says see attached comps.
Okay.
IT guys, if we could bring up my screen, please.
The owner's opinion of value is $35,000. The petitioner submitted 4 comps ranging from 33,000 to 38,900. Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and, I'm not going to read all of them in. Okay. And the sales that were recorded, all 4 sales were in 2023, and the subject was sold in 12/26/2018 for $38,900. And so, does the assessor, do you have a recommendation?
We recommend no change from the assessor level.
Okay, can we have your packet, please?
Of course.
I'll go ahead and have Ms. Kress, if you're going to present, go ahead and present, and then we'll go over the petitioner's comps too at the,
Okay.
during the process.
Okay, I found nine viable sales within the same book map as the subject. All sales were within the last year or so, and all were of similar size and topography. The highest of these sales was not included because it felt like an outlier. The subject and all the comps are located on county-maintained roads. In the list, comps number 3, 4, and 5 were provided in a list from the petitioner and are also the 3 lowest value sales of the 8 that were used. Petitioner also included a 4th sale, which was further away from the others and in a separate book map. This last sale was not included as the appraiser felt that sufficient comps were available within a smaller radius. That's it.
And so you don't have let's see, the petitioner's comps on the map.
Yes.
Are they out of range, or are they you said they were in a different map?
One was out of range. The other three were included in my,
Included in your sale,
yeah,
your sales?
yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
included his 3 with those 8 because they were within,
Okay, which ones are his?
3, 4, and 5. Let's see.
On your parcels on that grid?
Yes, 3 is the one furthest to the west here.
Okay,
And then, I'm sorry? They're numbered, yeah, they're numbered. And 4 is the one, I put little green flags on them, but I think they're kind of harder to see on this map. Number 4 is up there in the sort of northwest
yeah,
corner.
I see the little green,
Okay, cool.
it looks like a mobile home, no?
Yeah, right?
Okay. Okay, so that's number 4, I see that's up there, okay,
Number 5's kind of there in the middle.
middle, okay.
Yeah, they're all out there, county-maintained roads are kind of hit and miss, so. But all of them out there, it's a kind of a development area. Sort of.
So was your recommendation based on the first level? Was that a reduction?
The reduction was at the assessor level, yes, but no further after that.
Yes, Madam Chairman, or Chairwoman, it was 50,294.
Can you speak up a little louder?
50,294 was the notice of value.
Yes.
The assessor level decision was 47,711.
Okay, yeah, I see that,
Okay.
okay. On the comparable properties that the petitioner submitted, there was 4 comps. Is that, was all of them in here, or?
No, the last one he has, let me see, let me look at his list here, sorry. His one at the bottom, the 8934 Willowwood Drive, that's the one that was in a different book map and about, I want to say 1.5 miles south
Okay,
of the map.
okay.
And could I also point out,
Okay.
his subject property on his thing here, he is listing the assessed value, our assessed value, and everything after that are sales prices. So
Okay.
I don't feel like they're very comparable that way.
And I was looking at the size, his lot is 5.3 acres. And so it's a little, slightly, because all of them are, in that 5-acre range.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there anything in the topography, because I was looking at sale 5, and it sold for 33,000, which is, lower than the others.
Yeah, there's small washes in and around the whole, that whole area. As a whole, I would say they're all about as similar as vacant land can be out there. I drove out there and took some pictures and looked at every single one, and they were pretty flat, pretty much the same.
Okay.
Nice roads.
And then the comp 1 is a 24 sale, but then that's sold for 6,000 or 60,000.
1,000, yeah.
And it has 4.99, almost 5 acres. And which supports the full cash value that you're recommending, so. Ms. Rush, do you have any questions or
Madam
comments?
Chair, I'd like to know the distance that we're looking at from, when you're looking at the map.
Oh.
Subject to, like, for example, all those comps at the top of the map on, I guess that's Leonard Drive. What distance
Yes.
are we looking
yeah.
at?
The whole square is about 1 mile. Yeah, so a little under a mile.
Yeah, the subject has a little bit more, CC Comp 6 has a little bit more frontage than the others, 7 and 8, are about the, kind of an odd shape on 8, but
Because if you look at the
it sold for
comparables,
55.
All these comparables up here sold for quite a bit more up here.
Right,
These sold for
Right.
quite a bit less at the bottom,
yeah.
down here.
Yeah, 8 sold for
As you go
55,
further south.
7 sold for 45.
For sale one sold for
5.
60,000. Yeah, I think I've got it in there. Yes, I've got it right here.
What part of Mojave County is this in?
White Hills, it's, as you go up Highway 93 toward Vegas, and you know where all those, what you call them, the windmills? The windmills are? It's kind of right before that,
Oh, okay.
a little further back. Oh, my goodness. Close, in proximity to Kingman?
Yeah.
40 miles, 45 miles, 45? It's a ways out there. It's closer to Nevada than it is to Kingman, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and they're all dirt roads.
Oh, yeah. And whether they're graded and county maintained is kind of hit and miss, so,
They're still selling.
yeah, yeah. People like living off the grid.
Ms. Rush, do you have any?
No, I would just tend to not include those 3 at the top.
Yeah, well,
The 4, the 2, and that they didn't use the not used at the top anyways.
yeah, and 8 is probably the closest,
Right,
and,
yeah. I mean, I had sale 5, 7, and 8. I would have given the most weight to, just because they're
Yeah.
closer to the subject.
and they all support, they
assessor's
support the
value.
value, so, I'm gonna make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation, which was given as the assessor's, level decision at 47,711. The LPV is 44,355. It is 100% Class 2 at 15%. Is this a Rule A?
Yes.
I'll second that.
And there's been a second. All those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. And that concludes the hearing. Okay. So the Insleys are not here. And they have the 9:10 and the 9:30. Let me see, it's 9:25. Unless we wait 5 minutes because they have two of them.
Sure. Well, what did it, when did
Yeah.
it to start?
No.
So, just so you know, I was only reading this here, because if we run.
I'm not gonna, yeah.
Okay,
Well, that's why I stated the last one, you know, that they arranged, whatever.
because once the assessor makes the recommendation, just the first page.
God, this would be nice if we had it. Take a picture of it so George could, George, this is
But we
what,
have to have somebody in the back. Keep moving the camera.
what's that?
There's somebody in the back operating the camera.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. I think about it. What do you think?
Yeah.
We're on
Okay.
the record for docket 1402, and it is 9:28.
This is the Arizona State Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County and for the Board of Supervisors in the auditorium in the administration building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case on the agenda is the 910. The petitioner is Ensley Robert A.N. Year in question is 2025. The docket is 01402-08. The property ID is 228-04-341. At this point, it is 9:30, and the petitioner has not shown up. We'll treat this at this time as a no-show. However, if the petitioner does show up a little later, we'll open up the case again. The representing the Maricopa, excuse me, I'm sorry, the Mojave County Assessor is Darren Rasmussen, and he was sworn in a previous hearing. We have Steve Copeland, and Mr. Copeland, would you please raise your right hand and state your name?
Steve Copeland.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Does the assessor have a recommendation?
We recommend a no change to value at the assessor level.
Okay. The petitioner, Madam Secretary, would you please read the basis of the petition?
Basis for the petition is market sales approach. It states, I attach 3 property tax statements. Parcel 222-17006 is almost twice the size, the value of my house. I am paying still more than this house, which still sold for $1.6 million. Parcel 228-04330 is about the same value as my house, is not as big, but makes up with size of property. The taxes are $5,548.12. Parcel 222-14034 is about the same value, but is finished with much higher materials and finishes. This house taxes are $5,838.96.
Okay, and the State Board, we have no jurisdiction over taxes. I want to state that up front. However, I think that I'm trying to think of, did he sell? There's a line through this. It looks like it's kind of off key here. Okay. And then the petitioner submitted tax statements. It appears for the 2 other, for the subject, and then also what I think the other comps that he stated as far as taxes, but again, we have no jurisdiction over taxes. I'll go ahead and have Mr. Copeland, why don't you go ahead and present?
You want your copy?
Yes. You have one?
No, that's
Oh. You just have one copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Normally I'm by myself, so,
That's what I was expecting.
yeah.
She needed a chauffeur.
Yeah.
So subject property has 2 improvements. The first improvement is a ranch 1-story of good quality and average condition. It has 5,728 square feet of living, built in 2021, with a total of 2,569 square feet attached garages and a 1,474 square foot attached RV garage. The second improvement is another ranch 1-story of average quality and condition that was also built in 2021 with 1,251 square feet of living and a 1,200 square foot attached garage, excuse me. The property shows a total of 872 square feet of finished perches and a 420 square foot gun night pool with an attached spa. Subject is on a 46,424 square feet parcel of land in Fort Mojave. Subject value is based on the cost approach due to the quantity and quality of data and sales in the subject's immediate area. Subject is a very large 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath home with a second 2-bedroom, 2-bath home. Using Marshall and Swift cost valuation, the cost approach supports the assessor's full cash value. Petitioner provided 3 tax bills as comparables. Petitioner comparable number 1 was used to obtain a value as it had the least adjustments to the subject. This sale supports the assessor's full cash value. Subject property warranted an adjustment based on the over improvement. Recommend no change based on cost and market.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we have a little different format, in this county. So, did they just have one sale? Or not?
They had 3 tax statements, is that correct?
They have 3 tax statements, but only one of them was sold in 4,118, so the data was way off. And the other one, actually, one of them sold in May of 2023. And that's the one that actually supports our value.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, if I may add, the assessor did address the 3 tax statements in the A-level decision by describing those tax statements as comparables in the basis for decision on page 2 of the petition.
And so your market approach has the comparable sales analysis of the owner. And your full cash value is based on cost? Is that what it goes out on cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the subject has 6,979 square feet on the, is that the building or the house?
The 2 improvements combined.
Oh, 2 improvements.
Yeah. There's a 4-bed, was it a 4-bedroom and then a 2?
4-bedroom,
Oh, there's 2 houses?
5-bedroom.
yeah.
So it's like one a guest house or
You
just?
guys switch to
It's-
the.
I think his mom and
oblique, please,
mom
my
lives
screen.
in it. I'm not sure who lives in it, but it's a separate house.
Actually separate.
Yeah.
And we have porches that connect the 2 improvements.
Wow.
Yeah, sounds pretty nice.
I'd like to have that for my family. Actually, no. But,
We've got it under good.
on,
Guys, switch to my screen, please.
are these like what we would say an R4 on the classification of the house?
It's now on your screen from the oblique, which will give you a little bit of an idea of what it looks like.
Okay. So is it a custom home or is it
Yeah, it's custom, he built it.
or
himself.
semi-custom? Okay.
Built in 2021, your physical depreciation is only 1%. Who's your source for your depreciation? Is it DOR?
It's all Marshall and Swift
It
cost.
is Marshall and Swift's only 1%, built in 2021?
So the tough part is that because there's 2 houses, then the comparable markets are just single family. They're not,
2
Yes, ma'am.
improvements.
And then the square footage, it's tough finding a house in that
yeah,
area.
that has 2.
Yeah.
There are no comparables that have
Yeah.
that size.
Well, then you have to go back to cost.
They have comparables that are 2 here for their tax statements, but the
Right.
construction years are much older.
Well, but they're not really sales.
Well, and they're probably gonna be based on the full cash. Do we have the full cash value?
except for the one.
Of the tax statement comparables? Or the limited values? Because it's really coming down to the limited values, aren't they? For those, so
For the tax
the
bill?
petitioner provided tax bills, correct? And those tax bills are gonna be based on the limited values.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that information, the full cash values and the limited values for those sales? For those comparables that the owners provided, or, I see your full cash values.
Yeah.
Well, he has, these are the, that's the land.
With the age of the buildings, they're just not even, yeah, and look at the size of the land value, the land size is 435,000 square feet compared to
Well-
46,000,
Well, the,
it's not even close.
it's not close, and then this, the one here, it's 1,600,000 that it sold, and it's not, it's a, you know, larger,
Well, it's not even a sale. This is just a tax statement.
1,600,000?
These are all tax statements.
No, I thought there was sale on the comp one.
No, these
And he
were,
says sold at 1,600,000, which is this.
it is a sale price?
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
okay,
okay.
2023, or, yeah, 2023.
Okay.
And that's the only comparable as far as market, you know, and that sold at 1,600,000. He's on at 1,700,000, but then he's got a lot larger, you know, you've got two houses and the age,
Age.
2021.
2007.
And then the lot size is, you know, a little over an acre,
So it's close.
so,
Square footage is the closer,
Yeah.
closer, but the age is quite a bit older at built in
Yeah.
2007,
yeah.
and it's smaller. It's interesting because it's on at a very good quality, so it's a higher quality.
I'm looking for, this is the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't feel like there's enough evidence from the petitioner.
Yeah, I don't,
Unfortunately, I wish the petitioner was here.
I don't think the burden has been met, I mean, that one sale, but, and then,
Madam Chair?
Oh, that's okay. Oh, okay. Well, isn't that what we already have attached?
yeah,
I think we do.
yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
have. Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, I was curious as to the limited values. Let's see, I guess I have that right here.
Well,
So you
that's
have the
statutory.
792, and then we have the, is that what I have? I think I've got 'em. I'm sorry, Mr. Rasmussen, I didn't mean you to rip that out.
That's okay.
Is this? You have a different note than I do. Interesting. Okay, here's the one I'm looking for.
Madam Chair, also, I mean, again, looking at the equity comp supplied, there could be, I mean, it's 07, 08, and 08 year builds.
Right.
There could be any number of reasons the LPV could fluctuate
Right.
versus a 2021 that came on as new construction and got that B rule in 2021, so it's tough just to, you know, we have to look at sales, apples to apples.
Well, after reviewing what is submitted by the petitioner, I'm not swayed that any reduction is warranted. I think that one comp that he submitted as a sale actually is showing that these properties are selling for more than $1 million. And as far as the subject is on as a cost approach, I think testimony was that the value was based on Marshall and Swift. And I'm going to my recommendation would be no change. Do I hear a second?
In a second.
And no further discussion? Those all in favor, say aye.
All right.
And that concludes the hearing. Did I give the values out, though? No, I didn't. Okay, that does include, it. Let me go over the values. The full cash value is the same as the postcard value, and is $1,730,895. That'll be a no change based on market and cost. The LPV is $913,610. It is a Class 3, 100% Class 3 at 10%. And is this a Rule A?
Unchecked, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and that concludes the hearing.
Go ahead and bring up my screen, you guys, please. He didn't hear.
We're on the record for docket 1401, and it is 9:46.
The petitioner appears to be a no-show, and currently it's 9:46, and their hearing was at 9:30. We're gonna go ahead and hear it, which is Robert, Laura E.N. And if they do show up, we will open up the hearing again, if they're still here. This is the State Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing from Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building. We are in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case on our agenda is the 9:30. Petitioner is Robert Laura E.N. The tax year in question is 2025. The docket is 01401-08. The property ID is 229-14-132. And again, I'm Susan Fair, chairing today. Acting as secretary and member is Krista Rush. Representing the Mojave County assessor is Darren Rasmussen. And we have a new appraiser. And the other appraiser is Erica Robles. And Ms. Robles, would you please raise your right hand and state your full name?
Erica Robles?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're going to give today or testimony is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. This is again, as mentioned before, is a no-show.
No further recommendation from the assessor level.
The assessor. It was 1316788 on the notice. The assessor level reduced it, oh, I'm sorry, and the LPV was 682,500. And the assessor level decision was, for the full cash, was 989,515 with an LPV of 682,500, remaining property class 1.12.
Okay, and that was done on the first level. Okay, what was, see, there was nothing marked on the petitioner.
There's nothing checked on this basis for petition. Just you'll see attached.
And so their opinion is 450,000.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here's your copy. That's what I get for keeping both
I thought
copies.
maybe there was only one
I'm so
copy, that's why
sorry.
I'm looking over there. Okay,
Yeah, there are some notes on each property tax statement. The first one says 5-bed, 8-bath, 57,211 square feet. And the subject is 7,755 square feet. Says it's a service garage, according to the assessor's handout.
well, what's the petitioner, what I'm looking at is they have submitted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tax statements that were 2023. Again, we have no jurisdiction over taxes. I'm not sure what these other properties are, if they're, is this a commercial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know what type of buildings or whatever, because all these are, is equity on their taxes, which we have no jurisdiction on taxes, so,
The third one is a mixed ratio too. Has a mixed assessment ratio, 15.7. So that has a mixed ratio for some reason. This is a 2023 tax summary. Last year's taxes.
well, it's really nothing, I mean, it's,
So we would have to look at these as equity comparables, I guess,
well, again,
with the information that we have.
right,
I don't know anything about the fourth.
okay, well, I don't have enough here to even keep going on, so I'll go ahead and have the assessor, why don't you can go ahead and present.
Go ahead and present,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. Subject is a 7,755 square foot service garage with a 2,530 square foot storage mezzanine built in 2012. Site improvements include a trash enclosure, 800 square feet concrete block wall, 9,861 square foot of paving, and 1,500 square foot of desert landscaping. Subject is located on Highway 95 on an 18,435 square foot corner parcel of land in Tierra Verde area of Fort Mojave. Property owner had a successful 2023 BOE appeal resulting in a locked value. The lock came off for 2025, which would explain the little jump in value. Property is an owner-occupied service garage. The property owner included tax bills from 3 different commercial properties as comparables, but 2 of the 3 comparables that the petitioner provided are listed as storage warehouses and are all about 15-plus years older than the subject property. And they also vary in lot and building sizes. An income analysis was completed and it supports a reduction in the value
And that was at the A level.
at the A level.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That was at the A level, the reduction was based on.
And so what was the reason for the value being, I mean, what was the recommendation? Was that based on cost or?
Income, it was based
Income.
on income, yes.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, the reconciliation of the reduction was on income and cost.
Income and cost.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the comparables that they submitted as far as the tax statements, were any of these sold or they just comparing taxes?
None of them have been sold recently. They were
Okay.
just comparing taxes.
And then they did not submit any other further information, so. So this is a car repair service.
Correct.
Well, I think again, the three that they submitted are much are older. The subject is 2012. Two of the properties maybe are close in land size, but the age, and two of them are in, they're comp 2 and 3 are in a different book and map.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the assessor. On the cost approach, there's a note at the bottom talking about the beauty salon being converted. Did that change your effective age at all?
I don't believe it did, because it's inside the building, so the beauty salon was changed into a waiting area.
Okay.
So it did not affect the effective age.
So there's a beauty salon in the building?
There used to be, but we already changed it to a waiting area.
Oh, so they could get their hair done and then get their
Right.
car worked on at the same time? That's my ideal of.
Well, Madam Chair, the petitioner has the burden of proof, and the assessor has the presumption of correctness, so I would motion that we motion for no change.
And,
Well, we're gonna accept the assessor's, I would motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation, which was also offered at the A level, for $989,515. The limited value of $682,500. And this is a class 1, which is at 16%.
is that a Rule A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll second your motion. Any more further discussion? All in favor, say aye. And that, again, is a correlation of both income and cost on the reduction given at the A level and also given at the state board. And that concludes the hearing.
Okay, I'm calling up docket 1404 for the 9:15. James Tian, if I said that correctly, please come forward to this empty.
Yes, you pronounced it correctly, thank you.
Okay, just take your time.
Thank you. Do I sit here?
Yes, at this table right here.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, good.
Let's make sure it'll be catching us.
Either one of you been to the hearings before?
Negative.
Okay.
First, good morning, how are you?
Good morning. What happens is, I will read some information into the recorder, everything's recorded, and then I'll ask the assessor if they have a recommendation. I'll swear you in, then I'll ask the assessor if she has a recommendation, and then you get to speak first, then the assessor, and then you get rebuttal.
Thank you.
If you have any questions towards the assessor, refer them to us.
What's your name, please?
My name's Justice Tian.
Justice Tian?
Great. These are my nephews who just give me a hand here today.
Okay?
Okay. And then did you want her packet now, or just her business card?
I'll go ahead and, let's see.
We have a new one.
That's what I was
We don't have the card
thinking.
yet.
Go ahead and hand me the,
Thank you.
You guys can bring up the,
For the second one? Yeah, just put it down right there. Oh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead and give them a copy.
Yeah, I had two of these. One, I believe.
We'll do that afterwards. Thank you so much.
is it pronounced Tian?
It's pronounced Tian, like first and last
Tian?
letter, yeah.
Tian, okay. Are we on the record? Nope.
here for docket 1404 at 10:05 a.m.
Okay, this is the State Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in the auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case on the agenda is the 950. The petitioner is James Tien. The tax year in question is 2025. The docket is 01404-08. The property ID number is 120-11-089A. Representing the county assessor that was sworn in previous hearing is Darren Rasmussen. Would I please have both petitioners and the assessor please raise your right hand and state your full name? Are you going to give any testimony, sir?
No.
Okay.
James P. Tien.
Nicole Bratley.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a correction, this is personal property, so the tax year in question is actually tax year 24.
Okay.
I think, into the record, I think I heard you read 25.
That's what we have on our statement. I mean, that's what I have here.
On which?
In your read-in.
Okay, so it's 2024 that
Yes, ma'am.
is personal property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mobile home.
Okay, does the assessor or you have any recommendation?
We're recommending a no change.
And can you go ahead and read it? The full cash value?
The full cash value is $23,058. The subject property is a 1984 Skyline mobile home.
Oh, that's okay. We
Okay.
just wanted the value.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Okay. And so, Mr. Tien, you go ahead and you can present. And Madam Secretary, what was the petition based on?
Let's see, the age and condition of the mobile home reflects a much lower assessed value. And it says, please see attached letter for additional explanation. I'll leave that to you, okay?
I believe the letter had been received by the assessor's office, so that,
Correct.
I don't believe I need to read that, but basically, there's been no improvement on, I guess these are still one at a time, because there's two different parcel numbers, but, and there had been no improvements on it, and when I was contesting as I believe over last year and the year before, a subsequent increase in value of like $3,000 per year, and from what I understood here, that it was not as much, I guess, the mobile home itself, but I guess the awnings that were attached to it, which it's stated as porches, but they're not porches, they're awnings. There is a stair with, on the front that has a little bit of a porch. The back one is just an awning, it's not a porch. I don't know how if there's a separate categorization for that, but there was also included in their observation, I guess, is that there's air conditioning system that's ductless or whatever, but even though there is a condenser outside, that air conditioning system, our central air is no longer functional, and we just have some window air conditioners in there. I didn't think those were, I didn't know those were assessed or not, but there hasn't been any maintenance. And I do have pictures here, which I'm sure that the assessor has as well, that, the paint's peeling on the porches, what part of it does have paint, and mobile homes have only gotten older, they haven't gotten any newer, and I'm contesting an increase in value because, in my opinion, it's actually decreased in value because it needs more maintenance, and I do understand that that they calculate this value of these again, I'm not sure if they want to, there's a separate category for an awning besides a porch, but I measured all that stuff too, and it's, I understand that the county actually hires a company to, per dimensions, come up with a replacement cost, which I guess is the foundation for the taxable value increase. And so that's why I'm here actually saying it's, I think it's worth less instead of more. So that's, I actually have done, I don't want to take everybody's time here too much with what I've done quite a bit of calculations with too, which is, you know, even to replace it would be a lot less than what I received information-wise from the assessor. So I don't know. That's why I'm here.
Did you have more evidence you wanted to submit to us to review?
Well,
or-
my wife and I actually, but a lot of these are just like notes for me to.
Oh, okay.
But I don't want to take this. I don't want this to take all day with you guys. But again, my general assessment, it's actually remained almost, you know, some, I think over the, I have all that on paper here each year, what it's been, and then, like I said, the last year and year before, for some reason, it was assessed at, I believe, a $3,000 increment increase both of these last 2 years, and in my opinion, it hasn't gone up in value. It's only actually gone down because it requires more maintenance, and there hasn't been any improvements. And also the air conditioning system there that was that had a condenser outside is non-functional, so put some window air conditioners in there. They weren't even that expensive. So, but that's, again, I'm just it's in my opinion that the property shouldn't have been assessed at a higher value. Or actually, actually the mobile home and its awnings.
And do you own the land?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I actually purchased that mobile home and put it in myself. I did all the permits and did all the drawings and everything else and ran it through the building department, and it's been on there, so I believe since 2008 or 9. And we do have it as a leased out unit right now, so it's not my primary residence, but again, there hasn't been any improvements or any permanent improvements either that should change the value on it that substantially. You know, it's like that's basically what I'm contesting here. I do have pictures. I don't know if you guys look at those or not.
There is a picture of in here.
We have one picture. If you have more pictures you'd like to show, you're
I do.
welcome to.
Just, do you mind handing them this? And let's see, I think you can just probably briefly scan through this sideways. Or well, the first set pictures I believe is no fifth. Yeah, well, that's 5838, which is the.
Want to come up and
You want to see this as well?
Which is,
Oh, you're okay.
if you're going to give,
Testimony, you have to be sworn in.
I'll just swear you in if you want to talk.
I'll tell you. You guys can just look at it. She knows what it is, or I can come with John.
Okay, what are,
So that's the porch. That's the cover. The awning.
you say about the air conditioning unit?
Basically, that's non-functional. The one that's listed on there, how they came up with it.
Why is it non-functional?
The condenser quit, and it's about 10 grand to replace that, so we just put some window air conditioner units in it instead. That one is non-functional. You can see there's ones that are, there's 3 of them that we put in the windows in different locations.
And the renters don't have a problem with that?
Not at all. I'm just saying that's,
I know, I just replaced mine, it was almost 10,000
yep,
in a house.
yeah, that would've made the property value go up, but, it was those window ones, I think for 3 units. At Walmart, we got a deal on them, like $600 for 3 units.
Wow.
And it actually does cool it adequately. From the outside, you can't tell. But the original one, which works with a forced air unit, you know, both inside the house, that one, it's
Is that
actually-
corrugated metal on the inside, on that porch? Is that corrugated metal?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Corrugated sheet metal. You can see the paint peeling on that stuff too. It hasn't, being leased out, but there's not a lot of motivation to fix the whole stuff.
How much rent do you collect on this a month?
I believe that one, 5838 is 1150 a month. And I think the other one is 700 a month.
Okay. Okay.
5836.
Thank you for showing those.
Thank you.
Do you have anything further, sir? Okay, and then you'll get rebuttal after the assessor.
The only thing I might reiterate is the calculations, which I did as far as replacement value of, if I was to build a porch again, I don't know, it could be significant less than, I guess, the firm that Mojave County hires to calculate those things is the standard that's been adopted. And I'm sure that they are quite a professional company, but I guess they do estimates, but they know, I don't think they actually build anything. So usually if I build a, see, I do a lot of that stuff myself, and but I know that the taxes have to be based on a formula, and there has to be a standard set for that. But I believe that it's a lot, it's excessive value-wise, and that, again, this has all been established since I put it there about, I don't know, 2008 or 2009, and it hasn't been upgraded or, you know, other than put a couple of air conditioners in the window on one place. But I just don't think it's gone up in value. It's actually gone down, so.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back if we have any questions. So I'll go ahead and have Ms. Bratley go ahead and present.
Okay. The subject property is a 1984 Skyline mobile home. It's a residential property, is currently being used as a rental unit, and it's assessed as personal property. It's a 24 by 60 double wide, 1440 square feet, has electric, heat, AC, and plumbing, and the mobile home appears to be in average condition for its age and is located in a residential area of Lake Havasu. Mobile homes are valued by manufacturer list price less depreciation. This current property is depreciated at 50%, which is the lowest a mobile home can go. So the list price is $25,500 with the 50% depreciation. It leaves a value of $12,750 for the mobile home itself. The improvements are based on Marshall & Swift and AZDOR values, the Department of Revenue. And the additional amount is $10,309 for those additional improvements. And you can see the next page. I've given a breakdown of the MLPLD values for these additional assets and the mobile home itself. So the two porches, those have been added on since the 2008, when the mobile home was added in there, I believe. But they've been assigned a 1984 value, same as the mobile home itself. So if you look there to the right, the depreciation on those porches is already at 50%. The next two items, the refrigerating cooling, that was assigned a 1994 year for that. So you could see that depreciation for that is at the 0.43 or 43%. The skirting vinyl is added on at a 2008 with the 0.35% depreciation, or 35% depreciation. So if you add all those together, you get that 23,058 of that full cash value. The mobile home itself is fully depreciated at the 50%.
Is the land then on, is real property?
The land is separate.
It's not attached, so,
The mobile home's not affixed, it's billed
not fixed,
separately.
yeah. It's billed separately as personal property. It's separate, yeah, separate from the
Yeah,
parcel itself.
Okay, I was asking the assessor, so, what, I'll go ahead and have rebuttal from you, and then I'll have questions.
They had comparables. I don't know if they want to come for their comparables.
Well, first, there's no vinyl skirting, it's all like CDX plywood. It shows up in the pictures that I just showed you. You can see that that's not vinyl skirting, and CDX plywood was very inexpensive when I put it on there in 2008. Actually, one panel would make 3 pieces. And then also that the air conditioning is a non-factor in my opinion. I mean, it says it doesn't work, so.
Okay, do we have any questions by the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the assessor why the value's gone up for the last 2 years, if that's the case.
It's because of the replacement cost new for those 4 items, the porches and the cooling and the skirting. So that's what's increased year over year due to the replacement cost new.
When's the last time somebody visited the property?
I went out there a few months ago when they did the initial appeal.
Okay. Did you notice any window air conditioners?
I had seen them, but I didn't notice if the other unit was hooked up, and the tenant didn't say anything. I went up and I spoke with the tenant and asked if there was any major impact where I could apply any functional obsolescence. And I initially tried to meet with the taxpayer out there so I could see the inside, and they weren't able to do that.
Did you use the term functional obsolescence, or did you use a different term?
No, I just said if I could apply anything to help with the value, the obsolescence or something of that.
Okay. Did you look at the photos that we looked at just now on the skirting?
Just now, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that there's vinyl skirting on there? Or metal skirting at the value of $1,200, rounded, depreciated? If we have to look at them again, we can.
Yeah, I can take a look at them again.
I said, again, those are like CDX plywood exterior panels, and I don't know, I think the photos will show, actually, most of these photos were taken yesterday.
Okay, if you
So-
could pull up the skirting photos for me, that would be great,
I'd be
so that the
happy-
assessor could view those.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. And then we'll look at those again as well. I tell you, Madam Chair, the 2 things I'm concerned with are the refrigerated cooling value and the skirting value.
I wasn't aware that even skirting was picked up.
I think it depends on the county.
It's kind of new to me, so.
And the fact that the
Okay,
value
Pam,
goes
this
up.
to you.
First, start with the assessor, if you could.
This is where that air conditioner, you can see that's like plywood.
Just show them the photos.
So it's the not operational.
You can't testify, okay?
I do see that is the panel skirting.
No, I don't know, I'm asking you, I'm not making assumptions. Do you believe that qualifies as the vinyl metal skirting under
Both of those have
cost?
plywood skirting. If the picture's too big, you can make it
Oh,
smaller.
I can see that. It looks like it is panel. Zooming in, like maybe like a wood
Yeah,
panel.
it's like CDX plywood.
Would that be a different cost?
Possibly, it could be different. Well, the skirting that we have is 2008, and so I don't know if that's been since changed out.
Changed?
Because also with the AC, I had a picture from 2008, the first time we went out, and it was a different AC unit in the front compared to the photo I took the day I went out. And we have the AC assessed at a 1994. So when I looked at those pictures, and I saw the unit there, it was different from the original when the mobile home was installed based on our originals.
Right.
So what we have assessed is older, so if that's been since changed out, it could possibly increase it because it's newer than
Right.
2008.
Right. I would be surprised that somebody would put window units in if they had a functioning HVAC system in or a cooling system in. That would be surprising to me that somebody would put window units in if they had a functioning system in. And he is under test, he is sworn in. But that's just my thought, that's my position that I'm in right now, that I'm looking at that, because he's got photos showing at least 2 window units that are working. So, okay.
I think there's 3 there now.
Did, the assessor, did you have a rebuttal or any more thoughts? I know we didn't allow you to go through your comparables.
Well, real quick, I was just going to speak to the fact that, these are valued as of the first of the year. So pictures yesterday, we've got that time lapse in which we're trying to do this at the first of the year.
Sure.
So we have to go with the unless we're told otherwise, we have, before those notices go, we did go out and inspect it and did what we could. So the other thing I think it's important, just real quick, I know it can be confusing because we're subject to the Department of Revenue's values, which is manufacturer's list price, and the depreciation bottoms out. So when it's bottomed out like that, but then the replacement cost new of certain smaller items attached, that
Go up.
goes up. And so, you've got this dual kind of balancing act between the mobile home being fully depreciated, but some of the side things being, that's why you're seeing small little increases. If ACs go down next year, inflation's
Right.
up, right?
Right.
If inflation goes down next year, that value's gonna drop with it. I mean,
Right.
that's the nature of replacement cost new. As far as the comparables, you can go through the market comparables that we've gotten to support, to support that the value overall, regardless of how it's listed, we don't believe is excessive. Even if it's gone up just a little bit because of a replacement cost new, the question is it excessive based on, what things are the market value? Whether that's a reconciliation of cost, market, or income. And we have market comparables that would support our cost approach.
We've provided 4 comparables, and all 4 of these mobile homes are affixed, so they are valued a little differently. So as what we did is we went through and we broke down each of the valuations, for example, the land, the actual mobile home, the add-ons, which would be porches and such. So the thing that we were looking at the most is the manufactured list price less depreciation, which is how the mobile home itself is valued, which is what the petitioner was originally saying because of the condition of the mobile home. They felt the value should be decreased. And so based on our findings, we didn't feel that that was the case.
Is the whole subdivision mobile homes?
Not the whole subdivision, and Crystal Beach is, it actually is north of Lake Havasu City proper, in actually part of the county. It's right across from where the airport is. And there's this, like, 3 streets there in Crystal Beach. And there's probably about 50-50 mobile homes, and then actual cement slab, houses there as well. It was divided into originally 1-acre parcels, and it's actually zoned RA, which is residential agricultural also. So I'm not sure how that affects the calculations and as far as the categories that are being listed here. But I did have one other comment regarding how, like your question was, is how has this gone up in value of $3,000 the last 2 years, as opposed to probably being worth less when the porches got older? Instead of basing the calculations on RCN replacement cost new, because apparently the format for developing those increases, and that's replacement cost new. I would think, I don't know logically, that should be taxed on what it would cost to replace it as opposed to what it is right now. So, I mean, it'd be nice if I had a new porch there and then I was paying the tax on it, but I don't. I have an old porch and it's probably worth less. Anyway, that was my basic logic point.
What was the full cash value last year?
$20,778 was what we noticed them for 23.
And what, I don't know if it's pertinent or not for this hearing, but what is the land? What do you have on for the land?
For 2024, I believe we had the land at $95,506 is what I've written down. Darren can verify that. No, you have to go into the real account to find that.
Oh, they want the land.
parcel. I can give you the parcel number. 120110898. Click on it. There you go now.
Ms. Rush, do you have any comments or
No, I mean, the thing is, I believe Mr. Tien, I do believe him. The issue is that Mr. Rasmussen brought up all our good points. This is as of January 1 of 2024, and, the petitioner has to quantify the value. You have to give us enough information to figure out what that value should be, how we're supposed to get there, and I don't know how to get to $8,000, value-wise. And, you know, I wish we had more to be able to prove that the, you know, the functioning, non-functioning cooling unit, when that became non-functioning, other than photos that were taken yesterday, that's where I'm struggling with. The skirting's not as much of an issue, because I still think there's some value there. The assessor has to value based on where the Department of Revenue tells them to value those mobile homes, unfortunately. You would think that mobile homes would go down with time, right? But they are being valued based on how the Department of Revenue tells them to value those mobile homes. So it doesn't seem right when they're continuing to go up. And the fact that they cap at 50% depreciation, no matter how old it gets, I do see that. It's kind of just where I am right now.
Make a comment, please?
Sure.
I think actually, I wasn't contesting the value of the mobile home as it has depreciated down to, I guess, the 50% style. That's just, again, of course, how they have developed a system for the assessor to be able to have a basis, you know. But I think, again, a lot of those changes have to do with accessories or like the forges, which have been there the whole time as well. And what I don't understand is how all of a sudden that has come to be an issue enough to increase the value like $3,000 each of the last 2 years. When before that, when the forges were there, there wasn't.
When the what was there? I'm sorry.
When the
porches?
Well, they're actually, I'm sorry, I wanted to correct myself again, because I don't know if there is a separate category for an awning as to a porch, which normally has.
Right, maybe the assessor can answer that, because it's the additions that are causing that extra value, correct? That's could cause the change from year to year, not the mobile home, because the mobile home is already depreciated at 50%.
Right, and I wasn't contesting that.
It's those additions that can cause that change from year to year.
And again, from being put in, I believe 2008 or 9 or that area, is it's you know, it's increased as would anybody expect, you know, and then all of a sudden, and the porches didn't, or well, no, the awnings didn't, I didn't add, nothing's been added, and like in the front of each of these two, there is a little porch where the steps go into the front, but on the back of each one, it's just dirt underneath. It's like an awning, not porch. So, but I don't understand how this got older.
The cost has gone
This
up.
got older, and then it
Right.
went up, was it $3,000 a year, I believe?
Right.
In 2 successive years.
Right, he
And
says the
I just
replacement
don't
cost
think-
new changes.
Right,
Right.
well,
Right.
I'd like to have a new porch.
Yeah,
but
Mr. Rasmussen's
I
going
don't
to
wanna pay the
answer that
taxes
for
on
you.
one that isn't a new porch
Right.
that's not there.
So there's a little bit of misunderstanding, I think, that those improvements are depreciated. They're depreciated at 50%. So it's not, when the replacement cost new outweighs the percent of the depreciation that's hitting it, you're gonna see little bumps. That's called market trend. I mean, the depreciation will counterbalance that RCN versus RCNLD, or replacement cost new versus replacement cost less depreciation. Those things that were put on, we have those listed as being put in at the same time as the mobile home, so they're at 50%. Again, it's just the cost before the depreciation. It's just, you know, that's how the construction aspect and valuation on the construction aspect can work when there's large increases in cost versus what depreciation is being applied. So, you know, again, he's receiving additional depreciation each year, so it's just being counterbalanced by what that wood costs at Home Depot this year versus what it cost last year.
What are your thoughts on the cooling system? If he's saying it's not functioning, how does that, I mean, I'm talking about going forward.
Well, we need to get on the property and do a full inspection. Our job is to get this right.
Right.
And if that's the case, and there's large things out there that are gonna impact the value, then we can work together to make sure it's right. It's difficult when we go out to view properties and, we can't necessarily gain access, or, we can only go so many times, but I'll give you my business card and you can call me anytime something crumbles and we'll go out there and get it right. That's our job, so, but I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for.
No, I definitely,
I
that's why
can't-
we're here.
I can't address something
Right.
the day that it's given to
I
you.
understand
That's
that.
not how the law works.
The goal for the assessor should be to get the assessor's records corrected. And so they do need to visit the property. They do need to, if your cooling system is not working anymore, they need to get that updated so that the value can get adjusted appropriately. And so that, we can't do that in the hearing room if they have to verify that. They do have to verify that. So they can do that going forward. That's all I have.
Well, I look at, I personally had owned a double wide at one time, and I didn't own the land. And as far as what the value on with the assessor was, way more than what I sold it for. So anyway, looking at this, because the wear and tear, on these porches and the steps and whatever, is accounted for, I don't think they should have increased, which I didn't, it looks like they didn't. But the air conditioning, I don't know, I think there's some kind of a functional problem with window units. And so I'm looking, and the skirting, I don't know why. To me, I don't know how the vinyl, I think this, in testimony was plywood. I don't know even why they're picking it up. But I would reduce the full cash value to $20,649. And but I don't know where you're coming from.
Is that a motion?
That would be my motion.
$20,649?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion?
No.
So the full cash value, my motion is to reduce the full cash value on the subject property to $20,649. This is personal property. The LPV will stay the same at $18,856. It's 100% class 4 at 10%. And that's a Rule A.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that concludes the hearing.
Is that for both parcels here that,
No,
oh, I'm sorry, okay,
the next case will be the
same thing.
I have to 1043, so we're,
We'll look at that next
We'll
one,
have
should go
to-
faster.
yeah.
I have no idea which of these to do. Current
So
use,
this would be cost.
current use, maybe? It's not giving us a cost. It's based on percent increase, I think. Maybe, what do you think? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's doing a, based on cost.
I would say obsolescence too, maybe, because.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Madam Chair, that was on cost, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
The other one should go faster, probably.
Excuse me, please, will I get a copy of what,
You'll get something in the mail within the next 2 weeks with the results of today's hearing.
thank you.
And if you can take it on, then you can take it on to another level if you have enough.
Okay, sure, thank you.
14:05 at 10:45 a.m.
This is the State Board of Equalization. State Board of Equalization.
Mojave County Board of Equalization.
Did I say Maricopa?
You said State Board of Equalization.
It is, but I am chairing.
Mojave County Board of Equalization.
Okay, this is Mojave County State Board of Equalization. I never read it that way. So I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the administration building in Kingman, Arizona. This is the 1010 on the next agenda. The petitioner is James P. Tian. The year in question is 2024. Is this also
Yes.
a personal property?
Take your card.
The docket is 01405-08. The property ID is 120-11-089B. Krista Rush is acting as member and secretary. Representing the county assessor is Darren Rasmussen. He was sworn in a previous hearing, and Cody Nazar. The petitioner is represented by James Tian and was sworn in previous hearings. Does the assessor, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, we're working.
Oh, I need to swear you in. I'm sorry. Please raise your right hand and state your full name.
Cody Nazar.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you're going to give today is the truth, but nothing but the truth? Lisa, I do.
I do.
Okay. Does the assessor have a recommendation?
Yes, we are recommending a no change at $9,407.
Okay. And Madam Secretary, what is the basis?
It says the age and condition of the mobile home reflects a much lower assessed value. Please see attached letter for additional explanation.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Guess we get to share one.
And what is can you give us the full cash value that you're recommending?
Yes, the full cash value we're recommending is $10,615, and the limited property value is $9,407.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Tin, you could go ahead and present.
Well, actually, like you said to each other, like, this one should be a little quicker because it's the same thing. And this property is right next to the other one, and the issues are the same, with the exception of air conditioning. That's not a factor here, but there is again difference between the back cover, which is a awning, not a patio. I don't know, again, if that's a separate category assessment-wise, or what they call RCN, which is replacement cost new. I just, again, I have an opinion here that regardless of the methods which with the assessor is required to perform their calculations, that this mobile home at 5826 North Harris has had no changes yet. Over the last 2 years has been substantially increased in value as far as assessment tax-wise. And there has been no improvements on it. The paint that's on it is, cracking and falling off, and it's, it does need maintenance. But I firmly believe that it's actually diminished in value as opposed to the methodology, again, that they are required by county to assess the cost at RCN or replacement cost now. I think that's, if I had replaced the awnings or whatever, then that would be true value. But the fact that they haven't been replaced and they're 15, 18 years older than they were when they were put in, does not justify, in my opinion, a sudden increase in value or assessed value of those items separately from the mobile home itself, which I am not contesting the fact that I believe it's been already fully depreciated to 50%. But these awnings as opposed to porches, and the RCN calculations that they're required to go by, I don't believe are reflective of or a justification for an increase in the real tax on this old property.
Okay,
Sharing.
Mr. Nazar, you can go ahead and present.
Subject property is a 1989 National Brookwood mobile home. This is a residential property and is currently being used as a rental unit. Mobile home is assessed as personal property. It is 24 by 48 double wide, which is 1,147 square feet. Property has electric, heat, AC, and plumbing. Mobile home appears to be in average condition and located in a residential area of Lake Havasu City. Mobile homes are valued by the manufacturer list price less depreciation. Subject's property's list price is $9,650. The depreciation is 48%, which is a depreciation price of $4,632, which creates a value of $5,000.18 for the mobile home itself. The additional value, which is improvements, is calculated using Marshall and Swift and Arizona Department of Revenue values. They are the additional amount of $55.97, and that'll be on the next page, which has the breakdown of the different values.
Madam Chair, I'm anticipating the question, but for tax year 2023, the prior year, the full cash value was 9,440. That was for tax year 23, and this year is 10,615 for an $800 increase.
Is this property next door to the last one that we heard?
Yes, ma'am. It was originally 1 acre. It's been split in half. One is right next to the other one. It's parcel A and B on what was originally 1 acre. It's been divided in half.
Here the assessor's presenting. Go ahead, assessor.
So, and as well with the improvements that we have on this, so the mobile home valued by itself is at $5,018, and then the additional improvements that we account for being the metal roof on the porch, the wood deck, metal roof, and the skirting are all separately valued, but they're all at the same depreciation as well. So the 48% depreciated. I'm not sure if it's the same vinyl or the same skirting as the last mobile home. When we enter the skirting, unfortunately, there's only 2 options that you have. So it's either going to be vinyl or metal or block skirting. So that's why we enter the skirting as is with that. We can't not enter something through that as well.
Okay. What do you need?
When were the improvements on the porches put in?
Like, it was, when I purchased these, I purchased them used from Nelm Star, mobile homes up here in Kingman. And, receipt, I only paid $7,500 for it, had it moved down there, but the awnings, per your question right now, those were installed right after they arrived there in Crystal Beach, and, I put them together and put the septic system in and put the electrical and got all the permits signed off. But the awnings were installed at the same time, and actually the assessment has remained somewhat consistent until these last 2 years, when it's just, I think it's taken a bigger jump in assessment than is appropriate, and that's why I'm here today, is, I don't know, if I was trying to see if I can keep it reasonable, that's all. But the awnings were put in at the same time, which is like 2008, I believe.
And what year did you have it listed at?
We have everything at 1989
Okay,
as the price that's broken down and depreciated. So it's not at that smaller depreciation, per se, that would result in a higher value for the mobile home. It's at the 1989 value.
okay. So you're actually using an older
Yes.
construction year, which gives it more depreciation? Okay,
Which would be more beneficial for
right.
value purposes, in
Okay.
that sense. And then further, we have the same comparables as well because of the proximity as the last mobile home. So there's the same comparable properties that'll be on that comparable page, which are the 4 properties provided as well.
Okay, so, sir, you get rebuttal?
Again, I have a receipt right here where I only paid $7,500 for the mobile home, even though I know that their requirements are to, and I think they did one time earlier, but I don't know if was more than 2 years ago, but without coming to a hearing and using everybody's time here, I believe that we did file an appeal at one time in the past, and they adjusted what the original list price was so that they could, they did so that the, what do you call it, the diminishing value on it would fit within, you know.
The time adjustment?
Well, or the calculation, so that it did adjust it at one time, and then, again, the last 2 years have just, I think I was coming here partially for an education too on how this works. It's very professional, and I respect the powers to be. I just feel a need to challenge them a little bit once in a while, and
It's your right to appeal.
and that's kind of all I'm doing here, but I hope that my input makes some sense, and that there can be some, let's see, response as to what, my efforts are here to, in like I said, a reasonable manner, like, so shouldn't jump boom, boom, like in the last. I know that costs have gone up just like the gas in your car, but I don't know. I just, in this case, with these, I don't even think I have anything to argue about a whole lot. It's just, except for the amount. I do have an issue with the RC at a replacement cost new. As it gets older and older, the replacement cost new will go up, and what's existing is going down.
Right.
And I just feel like I should be taxed on what I have, not what I could have.
Right, because cost of materials can go up.
Right, but
Right.
I'd love it if my porch just got better by itself, but, then it would be worth more.
Right.
Well, still looking at a market value too. Your replacement cost is synonymous, with market, but
I do understand that there has to be a method for calculation, but and again, with part of the appeal process has to do with the allowing for possible, I don't know, exemptions from such or whatever.
Well, the mobile home, how they, and same thing in Maricopa, they pick it up as the manufactured list price. They don't put it as the purchase price. And I don't know, it's been like that for a long time.
No, I don't. I'm not.
No, I'm
I'm not
saying
really
like-
contesting that at all.
Yeah, well, I
I know sometimes it
Again,
doesn't
you
make
know-
any sense, but you have to, we have
Right.
to deal with with how it's been,
And-
established, and I know they've spent a lot of time creating those things, as far as the methodology of assessing.
Yeah, again, that's what the standard has been, I'm not saying I agree with it, but, because I know what I had when I purchased the property and when I sold it, was different from the manufactured list price. So, Ms. Rush, do you have any questions or comments, or?
No, I do not. I think the assessor explained the process in the last hearing, and that kind of explained how it can go up, unfortunately. We've seen how they applied the depreciation and provided on a page the itemized cost breakdown, the manufactured list price, and their depreciation, less depreciation.
And I think in the last one, it was, 1984, this one is in 1989, so that's, it's a little bit newer than the last one that we heard. As far as the skirting, I was looking at the picture, and I don't, it's the same color, I don't see it,
It's the same material. It is the same material.
it's the same material. So, I would probably be a no change.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion for a no change of the full cash value based on cost at $10,615. The limited value is $9,407. It's 100% class 4 at 10%. And that's a rule A,
Yes, ma'am.
and that concludes the hearing. Well, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your
Listening, me too.
testimony.
So there was basically a change on the first one in the amount of, about, if I'm guessing here, $3,000, and then, on this second one, you've, indicated that, that no change is recommended. Is that correct?
On the second one,
Correct.
yes.
All right. So, but again, on the first one, it was a recommended.
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
And you'll get the decision in writing through the mail in the next few weeks.
I appreciate your time today.
Well, thank you for coming in.
Does this paperwork for somebody else, or?
Pardon me?
I don't
Oh,
That might have-
that's
know what
for,
that is. That was sitting there when I.
Assessor, could you please check if that might have been,
no, that was laid down. That's
oh,
for,
I think that is
that's for the Glacier.
Glacier Bank.
Oh, yeah, that's not,
But, okay,
Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
You have a good day.
Thank you. With the petitioner representing Glacier Bank, you can come on up. Do we need a break?
I'm okay. Do you want a break?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Because it's already 11.
You need a break?
Okay.
Okay.
10 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay. We're going to take a quick break.
Better roll the restaurant. We're going to take just a, 10-minute, 5-10-minute break.
Thanks for correcting me. I audit these all the time, but
Don't get Mark? these
So
years.
you'd say Mojave County Board of Equalization is now in session on this
Oh,
day. So you would
okay.
just say Mojave County Board of Equalization.
The State Board of, okay.
Instead of the state. Feed? Oh. Mr. McKee knows.
Is that Tiffany Green?
Okay, thank you. No.
I'm gonna give
Yes.
kind of this one, because that's just because I've got license.
Okay, I see it. I see it. Thank you. Skip the spelling bee one. There was one that said spelling bee. That's really cute. Okay. Oh, are they?
What's over here?
Okay.
Well, maybe, so we got one here. Maybe we should be giving them another one?
Good morning.
Good morning.
No,
What did I give you? Oh, that's the old one.
See, Green, Tiffany Green, or? Nope, which? Huh? Oh, you're a new one, okay.
Erica. That's the only first name I
Are
remember.
you sure? I
don't
thought you were
remember
the
last
first
name.
one.
I
I
only
thought you were
remember
the first
name,
one. I
right?
can. Arcata,
I
oh,
only got
see,
the first half name.
I know. And every,
Arcata.
I think every year you guys change your hair color, your, style. Now you're wearing glasses.
And here's the the petition.
Okay.
Dale Cooper?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Because I know
Much
he was
better
going to be in
looking.
Kansas City, right?
we're here on behalf
Called
of
our
Dale.
office. He said, one day I have to be in Kansas City.
Yeah, he's not here. I wish he was, to be honest with you.
So you're going to be easier on us, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am, probably a lot.
And I didn't hear that, was that Dale Cook?
No.
He's not?
No, he is not. Okay, your
Okay.
names, please.
Dan Delmonico, Foothills Bank.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Dan Delmonico, Foothills Bank.
Delmonico.
Delmonico?
Yes.
You want to go ahead and spell that?
Yeah, DEL space MONACO.
Heather Franklin, Foothills Bank. Heather Franklin.
Brayson?
Franklin, FRANKLIN.
Franklin?
Is that the
Oh,
same
Franklin.
company as Glacier Bank then? Is that why?
Yes, we're,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so Glacier owns us. So
Okay.
Glacier's the head bank,
Got
and
it.
then they own 17 banks.
Okay. Did you have more evidence packets you wanted to submit other than the petition packet?
No, I see that Dale already provided his information
Yes,
here.
we have the petition itself.
We
which
don't have
has-
any additional.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
And then, I had already kind of glanced through this. Some of it is a little blurry or not clear, so maybe the copies, we might ask you if yours is a little bit clearer, so, like the source information, so, okay? Sure. Okay, great. You know when you're ready to go.
Okay.
record for docket 1406 at 11:14 a.m.
Okay, good morning. This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for the Board of Supervisors in the auditorium in the Administration Building, Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case that we're going to on the agenda is the 1030. The petitioner is Glacier Bank, IN. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01406-08. The property ID is 321-07-071. Also sitting on the panel as acting as secretary and member is Krista Rush. Representing the Mojave County Assessor is Darren Rasmussen. He was sworn in a previous hearing. And Ms. Cerulli? Okay. Would you please raise your right hand and also, raise your right hand and state your full name?
Dan Delmonico.
Heather Franklin.
Barricada Cerulli.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're going to give today is the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. Okay, and does the assessor, okay, Madam Secretary, what is the basis of the petition?
What's checked is market sales cost, income, and other. Inequitable valuation above market based on another bank. Assessment trends of increasing 28% and 4% for 2 years in a row is not market-based, nor prior 26% increase. The office market is in decline, not increase. The $3,808,291,000 is not something we'd get for this building. The full cash value and limited value, both in excess of market value for many years based on prior private appraisal. The market is flat and in decline.
Okay, that's all I need. Okay, so does the assessor, do you have a recommendation?
We recommend no further reduction at the BOE level.
And was there a recommendation at the first level?
No.
Okay. So would you go ahead and read into the record what your recommendation is?
The full cash value is $3,808,291, and the limited is $2,712,211.
Okay, thank you. And is that based on cost?
It is based on cost.
Okay. Okay, so you get to speak first. And I think have you been to hearings before?
No, ma'am, this is the first.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah, I wish Dale was here.
Okay, you get to speak first, then the assessor gets to present, and then you get rebuttal. And if you have any questions towards the assessor, refer them to us.
For
Okay?
sure.
And then we'll have questions after that.
Yes, ma'am. So I think Heather and I are here today, obviously, to represent Foothills Bank on this property and 4 others. I think there's a varying degree of concern as far as the valuations go per Dale's assessment. So Dale, just to put that on the record, is a certified appraiser that specializes in this type of product. He actually does it for the entire bank on certain levels. The Glacier Bank purchased Foothills Bank in 2020, which is what you see in here as far as March of 2020. And the property in question is 2202 Wallapai Mountain Road, which is a 2-story facility that's multi-tenant. The bank does occupy probably 30-35% of that space. The rest of it's retail, office, nonprofit type status. So I think the argument that we're trying to say is that there's been obviously a massive appreciation in the value since that period of time, which accumulates at about 69% in value since the acquisition in 2020. I think one of the items that we would ask to look at, we've looked at several properties around. Recently, there's a property down in Lake Havasu at 1992 McCulloch Boulevard, which is a current bank for PNC, 4,800 square foot property with full cash value assessed at $65 a foot versus the $180 a foot that we're being assessed on this property. Additional arguments might be made in the sense that the property is, if it were to sell on the open market, it would one sell for as office space versus necessarily a bank. The premiums associated with that would be significantly less, right? So no bank is going to come in there and acquire this property and go occupy it ground up. We've actually seen a contraction in the banking world as far as footprint over the years due to work at home and all that good stuff. So if we were to look at the property that's adjacent to this, and I don't have that address, but it's Kitty Corner, strip retail space, if you're familiar with like Southwest Behavioral, all that stuff's in there. If we were to look at that property as far as office space, not quite the same size as this, I think that pencils in at something like full cash value of like $125 a foot. So there is a material difference between those two being both, office / retail space. So I think that's one of the arguments we'd make. Secondly, as Dale mentioned in there, there has been a decline in overall real estate market, right? I mean, that is due to a couple of things. One, mainly the rising interest rates. So interest rates several years ago, when this property was purchased, would probably be in the upper 3s to low 4s. On a commercial project today, you're looking at 7+, which then materially impacts the cap rates, which would then devalue the property. So I think those are a couple of the arguments that we would make for this property, and honestly several others. There is some caveats on a couple of the other properties that we're going to talk about going forward, but I think that would be what I would present outside of what Dale has stated. Heather?
The only thing I'd add to that is that the documents that were provided here by the assessor are.
Excuse me, you'll get a rebuttal after they present. So.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
later. Okay,
Yep.
never mind
You'll
then.
just
Go
listen to
ahead.
them, and then you'll get another opportunity.
Okay,
Okay?
then nothing further.
You'll get to do it all at once.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Real quick, can I get some clarification, Madam Chairman, on, Chairwoman, I'm sorry. The petitioner, who they are and who they represent, this is Glacier Bank, and I'm sorry, I missed it.
Do you,
So
okay, authorization, I didn't,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Agency authorization, I don't know, that's why I'm asking, real quick.
So
is-
I guess,
Yeah, Foothills Bank is a division of Glacier Bank Corp.
yeah.
It's a wholly owned subsidiary, so
They work for Foothills Bank, which is a division of,
Glacier Bank Corp.
Yeah.
Glacier Bank.
Okay, well, I'll just put in my concern of agency authorization that the owners are Glacier Bank, and I don't have any,
Glacier's publicly traded entity, and we are owned wholly by them. There's no representatives of Glacier Bank that live in Arizona.
Well, Madam Chairwoman, this is where we have a name on the petition, and I'm just trying to clarify if there is authorization for them
That's
to
tr-
represent Glacier. That,
Right.
and again, that's just a concern. I haven't been able to find the statute, but the first thing I'd like to just present real quick, did we give them our packets? Okay. It's just that we received some information today, additional information than what was submitted with the petition. And 4216-107C indicates that any additional income, or the evidence permitted in an appeal relating to a petition based on the income approach to value is limited to the income and expense data filed with the petition. We haven't had time to look at this, and it's, by the law, we can't use it because it wasn't
And
submitted.
so this wasn't submitted beforehand?
Not this one, no.
which, we didn't get anything extra.
It's got the address on top, the 2202 Wallapai Mountain.
This one?
Did you pass that out?
I didn't pass it out.
passed it out with the.
Okay, so what, if you passed it out, why are you questioning it?
Because they didn't get
We
it.
got it today.
Oh, you got it
We
from
today at
somebody else?
8 o'clock from the clerk of the board.
This has to be submitted 5 days in advance.
Well, in some instances,
Yeah.
but for income specifically,
Right.
it has to be submitted with the petition, the original petition.
And so why wasn't it rejected if it wasn't?
We didn't get it till today.
No, I mean, the initial appeal, there was no income submitted with the appeal, even, they marked it.
Not on the proper paperwork, no.
But- So then the assessor did not reject it?
At the A level, correct.
We have income information submitted with the petition, it's just not this.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to look at what was submitted with the petition, not this, because we can't, by the law, we have to use what was submitted at the,
Well-
with the petition on income.
The other thing is, I mean, okay, they did submit the Form 300, and so the Form 300 was not submitted at the first level?
Correct.
But was this form submitted, right? I mean, this has the information, there's financial information included in there.
Hold on.
Okay, so there is financial information on that in this docket.
Is that, where'd you get that document from? The only document that I was provided was by the assessor, and this is, they're saying was sent to them by probably Mr. Cooper, I would imagine.
There was some, well, was, okay, I have, you don't have,
I have the petition, which
okay,
you
I have this,
Right, which includes an income.
right.
My cost. Income analysis, is that what you're looking at? I don't have a page number, but
So,
it says income analysis at the top. Yeah, I'm looking
yeah,
at the
was the
same page
income
you are.
analysis submitted to, at the first level? This,
On the Form 300s,
no, this, here,
on original income?
Yes.
On that? Yes.
okay,
Yeah, we've addressed that for this
Okay.
hearing. It's just, we just got this today, and that's.
okay, is
that's
that,
what
there's
I'm
nothing
calling.
okay, it's not, there's nothing different. Their as-is conclusion looks the same. Oh, I made it a little different.
I believe the one that's been submitted today was revised slightly downward.
I'm sorry,
The one that was submitted today was, I think, was revised, or the one that you received this morning was probably revised slightly downward from the original one.
okay.
So I have a question for the assessor. So the assessor did not reject this petition based on the income approach?
That's correct.
Okay, but then there was an income operating statement that was submitted. If that was part of the appeal,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah, we'll address that.
So that's probably why it wasn't rejected.
This is just brand new, and
Okay.
we can't, by the law, consider that as evidence, because it's whatever was submitted with the petition.
Not sure,
Well,
It's 4216-107C. Testimony of the petitioner and any other witness presented in petitioner's behalf. Evidence presented to the assessor. Maybe. 16107, it's like it falls under C. Like the testimony of the petitioner and any witnesses presented on the petitioner's behalf. Hold on. Yeah, that would,
So I think that the fact that they did submit income with the appeal, it would be okay.
the original? Well,
So if they didn't have to submit any income,
are you reading the actual statute, ma'am? Oh, no, well.
okay. So the evidence permitted is an appeal relating to a petition based on income approach, a value that is limited to the income and expense data filed with the petition. And so what you're saying is what they submitted today wasn't received 5 days prior to the hearing?
That 5 days is not noted in this petition or in this statute, but that is another portion, but
But the fact that you didn't reject it and they did submit an income.
the original, yeah.
I'd still go ahead and hear it on income.
It wasn't rejected at the A level, so
Right.
the petitioner didn't have the opportunity to cure that petition,
Right. So,
so they didn't have due notice. At least with the petition.
Yeah, and the original opinions of value, there's some changes on that. That's not necessarily,
well, they can bring in new evidence, you know, I mean, that's not uncommon. It's just a matter of what evidence they have, is it pertinent, and is it backed up by evidence on the property?
so real quick point of clarification, Madam Chairwoman, will you be considering this today? This one that they gave us today?
I'll look at it,
That partic-
because,
Reviewed
So I
it
should-
yet.
Then I should, okay.
so, you can go ahead, continue if you have more to say.
Are we going to see something like this with all 5 of these, where we're getting updated income? Do we know
Those were the packets
that you
that the
received, were
clerk of the
updated
board
income?
brought down
Right.
today.
Okay, anything else?
Oh,
Or I think you talked about the income, what else?
I'm just-
fire away.
Does the assessor need time to review these? Is that part of the issue?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I'm not, I can fly through these things now.
It might be easier to read the format is my only thing for us to go through this format. Yeah.
It's, however you want to go through it, that's
Okay.
fine. I'm just quoting that statute.
My only concern is they should have been rejected at the A level,
Yeah,
and
that-
then they would have had the opportunity to cure those
Well-
petitions,
I agree,
and they were not.
I agree.
And so I don't want to deny their
Right.
due process.
Exactly, and the fact that they did accept it on the income, even though I'm not sure if that was a pro forma or it was actual income, but, and now they have submitted the Form 300, which would have been stated on the rejection, but they did submit it, so go ahead and continue on your presentation.
Subject property is an average quality 20,996 square foot structure that was built in 2008. 10,049 is built as a bank, 8,251 is built as a dental office clinic, and 2,696 is built as an office building. It has 1,093 total square foot canopy covers, 2 elevators, 38,390 total square foot paving, 7,216 total square foot landscaping. Property sits on 1.49 acre lot on Wallapai Mountain Road and Mission Boulevard in Kingman city limits. We feel the original NOV of $3,808,000 is fair for the property. There are 2 other businesses occupying. At the time, the appellant didn't provide the prescribed Form 300. Market and income information indicate there is very limited quality and quantity of bank data available. Therefore, the cost approach is our best method for valuation. On the next page, I have the cost approach to value. Replacement cost new was $4,090,349. It has a physical depreciation of 18%, which is $746,233. The replacement cost new, less depreciation, totals $3,344,116. We have a market neighborhood adjustment of 110% and a land value of $129,763. Property is depreciated 18% or a value of $746,233. Property appears to be listed correctly and no further adjustments needed to be made. And then in terms of the cost, the appellant did provide a cost analysis, and how we have the property classified is a bank property, or built as code 304, which is a bank, and he's using central bank information as the calculator method. So the central bank is actually going to be valued a little bit higher at $232 a square foot, whereas a bank, we have $223 a square foot. So there's a difference in valuations, and he's also using a straight line depreciation, assuming that the building would not be viable after 45 years, whereas we have the 18%, so. And then our market, I did do a market analysis. I ended up doing all approaches because they checked all those approaches, which is why we continued with the appeal. So we did do a market analysis as well. However, again, there's very limited quality and quantity of information available, especially for banks. The two comps that were provided by the assessor are office buildings, and so aren't accounting for a bank built as or similar type property. And then the petitioner's comparables were actually properties that were located in Lake Havasu and Bullhead City, and then a comp which was actually vacant land with commercial yard improvements. So again, very limited information and data available for our market to determine a better valuation approach to valuation. And then I have pictures and all that. So that's.
Thank you. You get rebuttal?
I have a quick question. Do you have business cards?
I do actually.
We can
yes.
include them in our file,
Yeah, do
just
you
to
want
show
them
that
now?
you're employees. Yes, please.
Okay.
According to our substantive policy statement, as long as you are actually employees of the entity, you can represent the property.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we weren't quite done with ours yet,
Okay, that's fine.
sorry.
We'll go back to you first. Yeah, I just want to get those on the record. Mr. Rasmussen, I did want to address your concern that they represent the property. And according to our substantive policy statement, a taxpayer that is a legal entity, the entity's, the representation, let's see, if they are an officer, partner, member, manager, employee, or trustee of the entity, they can represent before the board. So I just wanted to let you know, they can represent before. Okay, so I'm collecting their business cards to show that they are employees. Do you have any concerns with them representing before the board?
No, not if
Okay.
they're verified. And it
Okay,
falls
I
under
just
that.
wanted to go ahead and address that.
Just, know that we're officers of the bank.
Officers of the bank?
I don't have a physical business card with me, but I can attest on record I'm an
Okay.
executive
And
vice
what's your
president.
title?
Executive vice president,
Okay.
chief credit officer.
Okay, thank you. I just want to address any concerns that the assessor had. Thank you. Okay, and I apologize, the assessor had not completed their presentation, so I'm going to let them go ahead and do that.
I think the assessor, do you have anything else?
Yeah, just real quickly.
Oh,
If-
okay, I'm
if
sorry.
I can have about 30 seconds,
Oh, I-
maybe 10. No, I'm just.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't know you were, no.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Again, there's it's going to come up, this top one is, on this information they gave us, it was also within the initial petition, this 1992 McCulloch Boulevard North. It's important to understand that that's a ground lease, so it has a different owner for the land than it does the improvements. And they're quoting just, believe they're quoting just the land for their full cash value.
Which property was that?
That's the one at the very top of their second submission, 1992 McCullough Boulevard North, 4,800 square foot PNC Bank in Lake Havasu, built in 1974.
Oh, this one? Okay, it's the ground lease.
And it's in Lake Havasu, so we were really going to address it in the next hearing, but they brought it, they put it in, looks like it's in all the packets for all the banks. So I'm trying to get you,
That's just an equity comp.
I know, but that's 25, I want 24, because that's what they quoted.
Gosh, this is hard to see.
That's not what they're quoting, so I don't know what that.
388.
Maybe that's what they did. Well, I'm looking for the breakdown, but I can tell you on that, the full cash value for, well, let's look at 25 here.
Are you still on that equity comp?
Yeah.
Is it, your equity comp, is it a bank? Just a bank?
Yeah, it's a PNC bank.
But there's no office attached to it?
No, ma'am, I think it's standalone. I think it's 40, I think it says like 4,800 square feet. So, I mean, it's what Dale assumed maybe be a reasonable comp to what the supporting data is.
But it's in Lake Havasu?
Correct. And so our properties that we're talking about today, we've got 2 in Kingman, 2 in Lake Havasu, and 1 in Bullhead City.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to establish that full cash value. I don't know that's not a full representative of the property
Okay.
as an equity comp.
Oh, because it's a ground lease?
Yeah, it's a ground
Oh,
lease.
okay.
The land is owned separately than the improvements, so I'm just trying to figure out, we have it ready for the next one, but I'm trying to pull it up on the screen to give you an accurate idea of what that full cash value for that PNC would actually be. So for 25, the full cash value for that PNC, just, it looks like for the improvements, were $2,664,056. I'm trying to find the land. This is probably.
These are the BNC numbers. The real properties, this one. And the right here is this one.
Do you have the numbers already broke out for 24? What's the full cash for 24? All right, I'll find it. It's okay. No worries, it's okay.
So this is interesting. The
Sorry I'm
income's gone
taking
way
so much
up.
time, you guys. Bear with me.
Is that what it shows here?
This is killing me. It's just locked up.
Shows it here. That's a high compared to this one. I think that's too high.
When we get into deliberation, we can talk
Madam Chair,
back up, so.
yeah, just if you want to proceed, and then if you want that full number, I can give
I
it to
don't-
you once I pull it up.
Yeah, that's a moot point now. Okay, anything else from the assessor? No? Okay.
So I would, and this is, and Heather probably has some additionals, but several items that I would have rebuttal to. One, the facility only has one elevator, not two. The straight line depreciation method is accordance of GAAP, which is what everybody outside of government has to use to account for the depreciation methods. I understand maybe the city or government entities use a different calculation method. The lease income that you see in the originally submitted packet, just to be clear, obviously, we have that. Child and Family Resource is the only tenant in the building. United Way is given space. There is a number here that says, hey, that would be attributed to market value, but at the end of the day, we've donated that space to them for as long as I've been at the bank, for over 10 years now. The Child and Family Resource vacated the property back in June, and trying to get that at a market rent right now has been difficult at best. So why that information is in here to determine what that $2 million or fair market value is, it's probably a little bit overstated at this point, given what the current condition is. The next item I would kind of argue would be the county is basing their value on the cost approach of the buildings. While the cost approach is one of three varying approaches that are used to determine the value of commercial properties, it's typically never relied upon on existing facilities. So typically, if you were to go buy this building, the cost wouldn't be something that we would value. We would value the sales, and we would value the income approach, which is what is really should be weighted on this, not the cost. Because what we're finding, especially in the recent years, there's a tremendous increase in inflated value in the cost of construction, lumber, electrical, all of that stuff, which is making projects not viable. So we talked earlier about a capitalization rate, we talked about interest rates. When you start factoring in all that stuff, honestly, the cost to build today in several items, and especially what we're looking at, is invalid. It doesn't make any sense to do, and if we were to appraise it, we would never even request that on one of these facilities. If you were to come and buy it from us and we were to finance it, cost wouldn't even be one of the components that we would use. And I think, the assessors did indicate there is limited quantities. I agree with them 100%. That is really what's difficult to do this. That's why we're trying to find some comps within the market. To try to find sales comps with this, you would actually extend outside of most likely Mojave County, and you would probably look into at least the state of Arizona. If there wasn't anything there, it would be gone. So when we talk about our facility most aligns with an office building versus a standalone retail space, and that's where Dale's assumptions are coming from, saying, hey, if this were to sell on the open market, it would sell as office space versus maybe a traditional bank. So, do you have anything?
The only thing I'd add to what Dan said in his rebuttal is, as mentioned from the assessor's discussion, while there's limited market data, the data in this packet that we're looking at concluded a value as suggested by market approach at $2.2 million, $2,222,644. So to give that zero weight and automatically revert to the cost approach, I feel like there should be some weight given to the lack of marketability and functional obsolescence of the property. That's all.
So do you have anything to back that up, to what you just said?
Well, I think if you look at this, that the assessor's determining the cost approach to be $3,808,291, and their own documentation based on the comparable sales, the market approach is $2,222,644.
That's data provided by the assessor's office.
Data provided by the assessor, yes. And then if the income approach, I didn't want to get too far down on that because I wasn't sure what documentation we're relying on for the income approach, but with the original information provided in the packet, I believe that provided a net operating income of $163,426, and with a capitalization rate range between 8 and 8.5%. That concludes a value rounded at roughly $2 million based on the income approach to value. So if you look at $2 million rounded on the income approach, a little over $2.2 million on the sales approach, and then $3.8 million on the cost approach, the cost approach appears to me to be the outlier on the final determination of value.
Anything further? Okay. Okay, Ms. Rush, do you have any questions?
Just wanted to ask the assessor, is there anything else you needed to add just because you got that second income packet? Or were you okay?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, as stated by the petitioner, again, it wouldn't be done outside of government. We don't have that luxury. We are government, coming from 12 years in the fee world and now 18 years in the assessment world. I'm very familiar with both arenas. Yes, in the reconciliation process, the older a building gets, the cost approach can sometimes have lesser weight, but the reconciliation process as a whole is done by quantity and quality of data. These are owner-occupied buildings with some of them that have side offices. They acquired them in, I think, 21 or 22. They're not experiencing any of the information that they're providing. I mean, I think that in itself, they're owner-occupied, fully being used. The office areas, I think I heard on this one, there might be a business decision to leave it vacant because it was a charity, but we just don't have the luxury of guesstimating. We have to have hard data. And I think, again, the presumption is, are these valued excessively? And we just, again, we didn't see any hard evidence to show that our values are incorrect. Now, we, you know, are excessive. So, yeah, we based most of our weight on the cost. But again, we don't have the same luxuries as the fee world and going out maybe nationally to find other banks that may have sold in different parts of the state or country. So again, the building, the property itself, when it comes into appeal, what are they, you know, what are they experiencing in comparison to the market? And these guys are the top end of the range in as far as what they're being used for and their occupancy. So we don't feel that we have enough information to substantiate any type of reduction.
Okay.
Can I just add one comment, just real quick, or is it too late?
Go ahead.
So, just two things. He talks about that they don't have the ability to do the fee income and the income approach. They literally conducted that on this paper. This was provided by them. So to say, hey, we can't do this, but here's the number, is not accurate, I don't believe. And secondly, he said that we're the top end of the spectrum, which I agree with, and we probably should be, but we shouldn't be the top end of the spectrum plus the top end of the appraised value when we're using a cost approach that isn't supported by any of the other approaches.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on your office buildings in Mojave County, are they all go out on the cost using the Marshall and Swift?
Yes.
Okay, so the initial value is cost on office buildings. With this having a bank, now does the bank own this building?
Yes, ma'am.
And so they've got, how many square feet is the bank?
The bank is about half the space.
Half the space?
Yes, ma'am. And so it's probably,
And so it's a
I thought it was
full-
about 7,000 feet is what I
So
think
is
the
it a
bank is.
branch bank? It's not, it's a
Yeah.
branch bank and it has everything, well, everything's set up like a bank.
Correct,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Yeah, we have got some teller station, we've got probably a dozen offices in there.
Right.
And a vault.
Right. So the thing is, with banks, you know, it's hard to quantify the blue sky because a bank is not going to sell like an office building. It's going to sell much higher per square foot. And I know that, you know, from experience. And that's why it's, you know, kind of a tough situation where, you know, you've got a office building and a bank, you know, all built in under one roof, correct?
Yeah, and that's,
So it's not, nothing, no separation, you know, as far as a wall. I mean, they have a
well, it's,
wall, but,
but it's, so we're two-story, so the dental office is above the bank. It's not separated. The other space is, because we are a bank and given what it is, I mean, we have to be obviously very secure in that sense. And when the property is acquired during acquisition, I agree with you on the blue sky, but that's usually based on a going concern of the business valuation versus what the real estate is. So we typically value the real estate at one point, and then the business is essentially valued at a separate point, and that's where it goes. So typically, the sales approach or the income approach is based on what market rent would support less the expenses, creating an NOI, and then applying a capitalization rate to determine that versus, you know, who owns it, whether the bank owns it or we own it individually. It's whatever market rent supports.
does the assessor have market information on what a bank would rent for?
We don't.
Okay.
Typically
And
only-
on your tenant list, the only thing that I see here is rent for the kids and Little Smiles.
Correct, yeah. So they're the only tenant
Oh.
in there.
So it's hard for, okay, so then, as far as the income approach, what would I be what would I be looking for as far as a market rent for the bank?
So just to put it in perspective, the space that says Child and Family Resource, the market rent right now, asking rent is $1.25 a foot or $15 a year. That's what asking rent is. That's what this space is currently
Okay.
leased at, and we've had nobody review the space.
And so,
And it's triple net too on top of that. So it's so the $15 a year triple net is typically what the number is. Realistically, if I were to put a number on this, we're going to probably have to rent it somewhere in that $1.10 to $1.15 a foot, triple net in that sense. And then when you start looking at some of the fees, like, for example, I looked at the property tax on this. I mean, it's $40,000 a year for the property tax just for this facility. So when you allocate that out to these office tenants, I mean, it creates an even larger burden in that sense.
when you did your income approach, let's see, because I'm looking at a couple of them. And so, if, whatever I'm looking at today, I guess, is your income operating statement on this front page.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's your analysis of how you came up with your income?
Yeah, that's what Dale
Okay.
put together. Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, so you got 14 for the bank, 13, 11, and the United Way, okay, you did put something in there.
Yeah. And that's, we don't
Okay.
technically collect that, but
So-
that's what it is. If you were to rent it on the market basis. I
Okay,
believe.
did you have, this is small writing, so you have to bear with me. What about other income?
We don't really have other income on there. There would be, so currently the lease, right now, we're funding all the costs. The lease with Child Family Resources is going to a triple
So-
net. If they were to,
If you were looking at a net lease, then you would be adding back the taxes.
Correct, and we'd add back cams and common area maintenance and all, like
didn't-
all that stuff.
okay.
Yeah, it's not, this is just saying, hey, this is what it is
Okay.
right now. There's obviously not a tremendous expense load, so he's carrying that to the bottom line and then applying the cap rate. If we were to put the expense load in there, that number would probably decline.
Okay, so where did you get your cap rate?
Dale, I'm assuming Dale used a national basis to do that. He does talk about it on the prior page. He's pulling cap rates from a forecast off of CoStar is what he's using there.
He notes that 8% to 8.5% direct capitalization rate plus a 1.3% effective tax rate because the
Right,
tax
but where
bill
did
was
you get
included
the,
above.
where did you get the cap rate?
It's
What source?
CoStar.
CoStar. It's on the page before that statement we were just looking at.
On CoStar?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be this one right here. Like just on that.
Oh, is that the one that we couldn't read?
No. It's probably, you can't, it's very small writing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is the CoStar information a local, Arizona?
No, they're a national firm, ma'am.
No, but is it a national, the cap rate that
Oh, is it
they
based
used,
here?
was it a national or was it an Arizona
That's a
rate?
good question. I don't know if I know that answer.
It does appear that it's centralized to Mojave County properties that determined the cap rate estimate on CoStar
That's-
information. That the cap rates
I-
for,
I'm looking at the cap rate and it seems awful high.
Yeah, you would see typically, oh, yeah. It says
Okay.
PNC shows, or PWC shows 8.8% typical. CoStar Mojave County, Lake Havasu has a market capitalization rate of 10%, which is at the bottom of that, 2 pages before the operating statement. And there's a little bit of a table above that with the expense loads. And I think, just to kind of throw it out there, I don't,
Is the cap rate for office? Because this has a bank and an office usage. And also, well, you've got, I think, a dental, so you've got a little bit of a mixed use here.
correct, yeah, I agree, yeah, we agree with that.
Okay. What? As far as, let me look at the assessor. You didn't,
Define how you're looking at it.
are you looking, is this a market income approach that you used on your page?
Well, we do Mojave County specific income information using mail outs and phone calls and such.
Okay.
But again, just to clarify one point, yeah, we look at the income and we provide it. Our contention or our, issue is, yeah, we can put numbers in there, but during the reconciliation process, these are special use properties, and we can talk about, yeah, you can do this, and there's a dentist office, but
Okay, but you didn't have
Quantify
anything,
that and have it
there's
be
nothing in
reliable.
here backing up where you got your figures.
no,
Okay.
because,
That's,
And
you know,
for
again, it helps us if we have something to, where did you get your information?
right, we're not really putting much
CoStar, or I don't,
any reliability on the income approach.
okay,
And we looked at it, that's why it's included in our pack, but I
Right.
think it supports why we varied back towards the cost, because these are special use properties. And to do a contribution of value and try to add up all the different components to come up with some sort of a baseline cap rate and a baseline rental rate on all these, within the context of the appraisal process and what we're tasked to do, that just doesn't work. So we go back to what we believe is the clearest marking towards a market value without blue sky and without the going concern.
okay, well, you're going on, you're giving another testimony of,
Okay.
so,
Madam Chair, I have a question for the petitioner. I'd like to know where, on the cost page, cost analysis that came on the petition, if you look down at the depreciation sections, there's physical and external. Are you able to tell me where those percentages came from? It's cost analysis, there's a physical depreciation of 36.1% and an external depreciation of 29%.
So I don't, unless Heather has some, I don't know exactly what that is, but I would tend to believe, so the external,
I will say the physical depreciation is reconciled above with the useful life remaining of the asset, showing the age of 16 years
yeah, and
and
so.
10 years. The external is noted as market forces in decline, rents, cap rates.
No, I can read that. I'm trying to find the source of those figures.
That I don't.
That I
Don't know?
I don't know, ma'am.
Because that's why I was saying earlier that some of these are hard to read.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know if you had a clearer copy, maybe of where some of those figures came from, but I really don't think the source is in the evidence packet, in the petition itself.
Can I clarify, are you specifying the evidence for the physical depreciation, external, or both?
Both of them.
What I was trying to say is I believe the physical is noted above. This entire document is sourced from Marshall and Swift. So by entering into the depreciation schedule above, the economic life of the asset and the age of the asset with this depreciation factor, that is directly from Marshall and Swift. The top section of the document shows the source for that. The only thing I could not give you an actual reconciliation for would be the external piece, because
Yeah,
that
I
appears
see
to
the
be added.
depreciation where it says buildings blended at 45 years, the age is 16, the depreciation factor is 35.56. And then site improvements blended is at 10 out of 50, 20 is 50, I see that. But that's 35.65. And so they're already, okay, I see where you're getting that. And the external, that was really my main question, is where that external depreciation figure is coming from at 29%.
The external, I can't substantiate with paperwork we have on hand.
Does the assessor have any comments on the external depreciation at 29%? Do you see where I'm talking about?
Without any substantiation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a number of, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yes, the assessor, on your land, what is it per square foot?
We have it by acre, we're just calculating it right now.
I think I can do it.
$1.99, $2.
$1.99?
Looks like it, 64,000, let me make sure I didn't do it backwards.
Whoa.
It's on at 129,763. We have it on how many acres?
1.49 acres.
1.4, well, I did 1.49. It's 43, so it's 64,904 square feet.
Madam Chair, and I don't,
I'm asking the assessor. It's on as $1.64, $1.99.
Yeah, that's what, $1.99.9, so $2.
There's something doesn't make sense with that, but, Ms. Rush, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't think so.
I can't see how on a building like this, especially with a bank, because banks sell for a lot more per square foot than what an office would sell for. So you've got a mixed use in here, and I just don't think the income is representing a market value for the property. I wouldn't use market comps of offices with this. I would be, you know, it's a unique situation with the use. As far as the income, I think, you know, I didn't have anything backed up by the assessor as far as where they got their cap rate. And then looking at even their potential gross income, I think that what they used as far as a market rents seem awful low for this type of usage. So, and then I don't know what these market comps, I think submitted by the petitioner, they're look like they're retail. I wouldn't use retail comps. And as far as all I have is what the assessor's cost approach, which you have like this on this, what, did you separate then when they did the building? Did you separate the bank as a separate building? And so is that where your value is at 3,678,000? Is that the three different types of building models that you used?
Well,
So
Marshall's,
is it bank, dental, or medical, and office? Is that,
It's bank, office building, and dental clinic and office.
okay. And your land value, $1.99 a square foot, I don't know. That's, so this is on at $181.80 a square foot, and I'm going to be a no change. Ms. Rush, did you have something different?
Yeah, I had a recommendation. I took the petitioner's cost analysis and I kept everything on there except for the external depreciation for market forces and decline, because it was 29%, with no justification for 29%. And I removed that, which instead of a depreciated value of improvements, it came out to of $1,743,039. It gave me a depreciated value in improvements of $3,193,554. I modified their land value. They had $260,000. I changed it to the assessor's land value of $129,763. So I added that to the depreciated value of the improvements of $3,193,554 for a new value of $3,323,317, which was a square foot value of $158.23. And that's my motion. $3,323,317. per square foot of 158.23.
Well, since. I see, I have trouble with the land value. To me, $1.99 a square foot, it just seems,
That's what they're valuing it at. It's valued, I
and
mean,
where
they
did
put it
you,
at
your
260.
depreciation? I'm not sure where,
their depreciation's all up here. The building's at 16 out of 45, which is the straight line.
well, this is the petitioners, right?
Yes,
Okay, so,
which came out, here's the straight line is right here, between the buildings and the site improvements. It's a little high, but that kind of gives them a little bit of the external if they want to. I just left this off. Because there's nothing to substantiate the external
right.
depreciation. It takes about 5 million off, a little bit less than, I'm sorry, 500,000.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and make your motion then?
A motion of reduction to the full cash value of $3,323,317 with a limited value at $2,712,211, Class 1 at 16%.
Okay, I'll second your motion. And this is a Rule A,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's 100% Class 1 at 16%?
Yes.
Okay, and that concludes the hearing. That was based on income or
Cost.
cost? Sorry. I'm looking for the mouse because I'm so used to by myself. I keep doing that, and I thought, where's the mouse? And
It's time for lunch.
we're kind of way behind here.
Okay, they did it based on costs.
It is 12:18 right now. Is Lowe's going to be coming in?
No. They are not.
Huh?
They are not.
Or not?
No.
Okay.
Here you go. Another one, or you want to go to lunch? It's 12:20.
Well,
I'm okay if you want to keep going.
I think
You want to do another one?
yeah. 'Cause
on the docket for 1410, and it is 1220.
Okay, this is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in the auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case on our agenda is the 1110. The petitioner is Glacier Blank IN. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01409-08. The property ID is 115-12-006. Representing the assessor's office is Darren Rasmussen, and if I'm saying that right, and Arakita Sorelli?
Nope,
Oh,
new person.
we got a new one. Never mind.
Madam Chair, did we skip one?
Yeah, you skipped 107.
What?
31015C.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
One below, I think you skipped one.
Oh, 1406?
The next one should be 107-3105-015C.
Oh, I had put a line through it by accident. Okay. Let me go back and saying, okay, the next, it's the 1050?
Yes.
We're on the 1050,
Yes.
yeah. Glacier Bank, IN, the year in question, 2025. The docket is 01410-08. The parcel number is 107-31-15C. And we have a new assessor, Courtney Saban. And representing the petitioner is, I didn't get the first name, but
Franklin.
Delmonco?
Dan
Okay.
Delmonico.
Dan
Monaco.
Monaco and Heather
Heather
Franklin. Ms. Saban, have you been sworn in?
No.
No. Would you please raise your right hand? And I'm going to start reading this. Do you swear or affirm the evidence and testimony to be given is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. All other parties that I mentioned were already sworn in previous hearings. Does the assessor have a recommendation?
We recommended no change from the assessor level.
Okay, and what was the full cash value that was given at the assessor level?
Full cash value was $2,664,066.
Okay, and is this a full-blown bank?
It's a central bank.
It's-
Central bank,
Okay, so it's not an office blend? or-
office space upstairs, and then there's a bank as
Okay.
first level
Okay.
with basement as well.
Do you accept that value, or would you like to proceed?
So just to be clarified, yeah, the entire facilities bank, no external place. The bank at this point, based on the assessor's value of 2664066, we would just accept that just to help the proceedings if they're good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the assessor's recommendation, which is the first level at $2,664,066, was accepted by the petitioner,
Yeah, we would accept that.
and that was based on cost.
Yes,
And the limited value is $2,415,064.
correct.
It's 100% Class 1 at 16%. And what was the reason for the reduction?
So we ran a market analysis, and we do have a bank that was sold recently in Lake Havasu City. And so we just, it was just a market adjustment based on that.
I'm just curious to see what it, Okay, so that's at 168.80 a square foot. Do you, Ms. Rush, have any questions or comments?
No, I'm just reviewing the comparables so I could see. The suggested market approach value was $2,850,106. Make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation, $2,664,066 with a limited value of $2,415,064, Class 1, with a ratio of 16%.
And that's Rule A?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that motion, and no further discussion. We'll go ahead and, there's been a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Here's for you to fill out. And I've written their name down so that we have it right here.
You know, another thing to bring is a stapler.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Stapler and tape.
Tape.
Yeah. Because we've got room in that bag.
You know, like a little tiny stapler would probably, put in there.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
See, by the end of the day, I'll be an expert.
I hope. I've been filling in.
This is like when we had you all review our
I
files.
know.
It's the opposite now.
Now you're kind of seeing too how we, now the foot is on the other foot.
The foot is on the other foot.
Yeah.
It's good, I only got two.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Well, we got two more. I think we should just finish it up and then
Yeah.
go to lunch.
I agree.
Okay.
We have
Okay, we got 14.
Oh, we still got three. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay.
Be some recommendations.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it helps, but I think two more of these properties, one's Havasu and one's Bullhead, we'd probably make the same arguments for Kingman and Havasu, we'd probably make the same arguments
Okay.
for those ones, if it helps.
Yeah.
We can
Bullhead's the only-
incorporate-
Bullhead's the only one that's a little separate, and it's very small, but we would make some argument on that.
Sounds
Well,
great.
we can always, if there was testimony given in the first one, we can always incorporate that, I can make that statement.
trying to save you
Incorporate
some
the
time.
Evidence.
Yeah, trying to help you out.
I don't
with it.
want you to think that we're cutting you off
No,
or
no,
not
no,
giving
no.
you due process. If you need to say more, we want to make sure you have
Right.
all the
Oh,
time
no.
you need.
Thank you.
I don't want Dan calling us and giving us a bad time.
Oh, no. I'll do that regardless, but we'll be about this.
Good thing I don't have to talk to him.
Hopefully he's getting you some Kansas City
She'll-
cheap
she-
stuff.
she gets all the-
Oh, none of that stuff.
Her and Ms. Rush and Mr. Shook will get all the heat.
Okay. Are you ready for docket 1409? Okay, we're on the record for
allergic.
docket 1409, and it is 12:30.
This is the next case, okay, I'm sorry. This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for the Mojave County Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case that we're going to is the 1110. The petitioner is Glacier Bank, IN. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01409-08. The parcel number or ID number is 115-12-006. Sitting as secretary and member is Krista Rush. Representing the Mojave County Assessor is, because I have to say it right, is Darren Rasmussen. And we have a new assessor coming on board, Lil Walton. Representing the petitioner is Heather Franklin and Dan Del Monaco. Both have been sworn in, and also Mr. Rasmussen was sworn in previous hearings. Ms. Walton, could you raise your right hand and state your full name?
Lil Walton.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence and testimony to be given is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Does the assessor have a recommendation?
We are recommending a no change from the assessor's level.
And so could you read into the recommendation that was given on the first level, please?
1,566,202. That's a full cash value. And the limited was 1,194,509.
And what was the reduction based on?
Cost and market.
Cost and market. Okay, does the petitioner, do you accept the recommendation, or would you like to proceed?
I would just like to ask that we apply the same square foot calculations as this as we did the Lake Havasu Main North building that we just talked about on the 1771. This building is half of a bank and the other half is office space. So it's about 2,500. I think we concluded the McCulloch at 168 a foot. That would put this property at, sorry, I think we had, it was like 558, I think is what the, basically, we're just mimicking the one that was at 1771, 58, 15, at 168, we'd recommend 976, 920, which would copy what we did for the 1771.
But then, did you say this is? 63%. Where is this one located?
About a mile north of the last one we talked about.
And what, okay, so.
This is a bank.
It's just a branch.
One that we did was built in 2008.
No, that was the Wallapai one. It's the 1771 McCulloch. We accepted the county's bid at the count, so it was at $169 a foot is what we accepted the county's change.
Most recent one, the last one?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. So all we're doing is just asking that to be applied to
the
this
last one?
property.
Well, the last one, this is an office bank,
They're-
right?
Yeah,
Is it
so,
bank and office?
yeah, so it would be theoretically less than what we would do with just the bank. We're just asking to
Yeah, well, I-
match the bank instead of,
Well, we can let the assessor present once they're done and consider it,
Yeah.
because that would bring it at 976.20.
Anything else? Yeah, before I go to the assessor?
Just one second. The only other items I'd note on this property is the income approach that was provided in the appeal, given that this is 50% owner occupied and 50% tenant occupied, that provides a value of roughly $850,000 based on the income capitalization approach. And the sales capitalization approach provided by our comparable properties around the Lake Havasu City Market provided a value of $144 a square foot, which equates to roughly $840,000 in value. Both of those, roughly half of what's concluded by the cost approach in the appraiser, or by the assessor. I will say this property is more heavily configured towards office than bank. The end user for this space, if it were to be sold on the open market, would likely be an office and/or retail use. It's a single story, broken up into 4 suites. One of the 4 is used as a bank branch. The other 3 are used as various office spaces, 1 by the bank, 2 by third parties.
Is there any vacancy? I see, looks like a little bit of vacancy.
I think there's a little bit of vacancy in one of those units. We just re-tenanted the end space this year. I think the middle suite is vacant.
What are the taxes on this?
What were the taxes on this? The actual dollar amount? I have it. Hold on a second. Which one are we on?
They're
115.
The actual.
they're running this as a,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
if they're running it as a triple net, then you'd add the taxes back in.
2024 taxes on this particular building were $14,844.
14,000 what?
844.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and so we'll incorporate also your testimony back to docket 01406-08.
I don't have,
I have it.
Yeah, okay, is that the 1771?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, that was
yes.
the first one where,
Yes, ma'am.
you went into depth.
No, that's separate. It would be the second one, so it would be docket number,
1410?
let's see here.
The 1050.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
the
docket
10.
01410. We'll incorporate the testimony from that
Yeah,
as part of the testimony in this case.
correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the assessor, you get to go ahead and present.
Subject is listed in our system as a combination of bank and general office building. Total building area is 5,815, 63% occupied by Foothills Bank, and 37 rented out to investment offices. Quality and condition are average. This building was built in 2003. Land area is 1.15 acres of prime commercial land close to Highway 95. The original notice of value placed the full cash value at $2,447,262 based on cost. At the assessor's level, we recommended a reduction to $1,566,202 based on cost and market, and that represents a 36% reduction. This is what the petitioner is appealing at this level. On page 2 of our package, you're going to see the market approach. It places the market value at $1,590,639. Assessor's Comp 1, which sold in June of 2023 for $1,926,000, is considered the best indicator of value. Like subject, it is a bank in Lake Havasu City. After adjusting for differences in size, age, land, and other amenities, indicated market value is $1,590,639. For purposes of analysis, we also examined sales of 2 general office buildings and indicated value ranged from 1,682,202 to 1,695,000.
Cost.
Which is consistent with Comp 1. On page 5 of our packet, you're going to see an aerial map of the subject and the market comps. And on pages 6 and 7, pictures of the different market comps can be seen. The petitioner provided the breakdown of his cost value summarized on our attachment 1, which is the last page of our packet. He deducted 51% physical depreciation plus another 23% economic obsolescence for a total deduction of 74%. The building was built in 2003, placing its age at 22 years for tax year 2025. The assessor's cost value based on Marshall and Swift deducted a total of 33% depreciation and other adjustments. After reviewing market data, including those provided by the petitioner, we recalibrated our cost value by adding a 45% economic obsolescence to be consistent with market trends. And this dropped our cost value to 1,566,202, which is what we're recommending at this point. An updated land market analysis also supported our land value. Equity comp. The petitioner provided an PNC Bank, which is parcel 107-28002C, as their equity comp. These properties are not comparable. The subject is owned in fee simple, meaning the petitioner owns the land and all the improvements on the land, while PNC Bank is a leasehold, meaning that the land and improvements are valued separately due to different ownership. When petitioner stated on his appeal that 1992 McCulloch Boulevard, which is PNC Bank, was assessed at 65 per square foot full cash value, he was comparing only the 2025 land full cash value of PNC Bank with the total value of this subject. There is a picture of PNC Bank on page 7. We could not value this property based on income due to data limitations. The property is a combination of bank, mostly bank, and office building, and we don't have income data on this kind of property. So we are recommending a no change from the assessor's level.
I think, again, I think it's just important to note that depreciation factors between the two parties are a little bit different when you're using a bank and a central bank. I'm not sure, is this one on there?
You'll have to speak a little bit louder, Mr.
Yeah, so in their cost analysis, again, they're using the same central bank occupancy versus a bank branch, which changes up depreciation factors. And I think along with that additional economic obsolescence that they, or external obsolescence that they call out, is really where we differ on our cost. And the former one, which I think was actually the no change one that you're referring to, that was 168 a square foot. Is that the one you guys are looking at? That's a 1974 building. This is a 2003.
No, that's not right. Building's 1994, I don't think 74.
94, I'm sorry, 94, is that what it is?
Well, no, it's our records show that's 2003.
No, the one that the prior hearing, hold on.
That was in 1974.
Here, we'll look at it. It's the one right here.
And I'm not sure what the classification of bank central offices are versus the branch, but they're both a branch. One just has mortgage office in it. They both, it's just,
It's the same thing.
it's the same thing. There's not a material difference in operation between either one of those.
Madam Chair, I have the Marshall and Swift descriptions of each, if you'd like to look at that, and I have a copy for you and for the petitioner that can help
Okay.
explain what that is. There you go. That's it, the pictures and everything. The same thing I gave to them.
So we had assessor's recommendation at 269 square feet. They are asking for 168 square feet, which is 976.20. Difference in year built. Go down that much? Yeah, I wouldn't either. Year built's 2003.
There's literally no difference between these other than good lighting and asphalt. Saying this one's. They're saying
Because we're saying bank office, I believe this is Dale's. Here. So what are these?
I think that's wrong. Yeah, because this is Havasu North,
Bank Central.
but that's Havasu North. It would be McCulloch if it was anything. There's no,
Where we,
So are we supposed to be using the 223,
oh, but no, this is what they're saying.
this analysis?
Differentiator is between the two.
Mini bank walk-up.
That's not where it comes out to.
Best lighting, closed circuit, quality.
He highlighted this.
Plaster drywall, best stone.
He's
Everything's
saying
the same.
classy.
Mr. Rasmussen, you handed the panel the bank's calculator method for the Marshall and Swift.
Right.
Are we supposed to see 223 in your cost analysis, or not necessarily?
The Marshall and Swift occupancy versus the CAMA systems built as can be different, but it's the same description. The material for the posting comes straight from Marshall and Swift into our system.
Just to be clear, McCulloch is block, that one's stick-built with stucco. That's literally the difference between them. The internal bank is gonna be the same on both. We're gonna have the same camera systems, we're gonna have the same teller lines, we're gonna have, the same everything. Tile flooring, I mean, it's not a Taj Mahal.
well, there's other factors in the value. You're looking at location,
McCulloch's in a better location.
land, I don't know what the land,
Yeah, I don't know, is it our turn to speak?
do you have anything else? Are you guys still looking up something?
No, I think like we had talked about,
Okay.
it's the same
You get
situation.
rebuttal.
Just a couple things to note on the market approach. I don't know how relevant that is since we're talking about cost, but the most relevant comparable that the assessor noted with the bank sale in Lake Havasu, Goldwater Bank that sold, there's images included for that in the assessor's package. Comp 1 sold June of '23 for $1.9 million. That building is on a hard corner on McCulloch Avenue North and Acoma. Far superior ingress and egress and parking than our subject property on Lake Havasu Avenue. So I just would ask for consideration for that in the comparables.
Well, when I'm observing, the petitioner's comps appear to be older. And we're looking at, okay, we have a combination of office and bank. And the other comps, even the assessors, I think there's only one bank, but then that, I'm assuming that's a whole bank. And looking at 222, what did they reduce it to? 269? What is this figure here?
That's 269 a square foot.
Okay. So I see their sales. So did you use two office buildings?
Yeah, one bank and two office buildings.
And so the adjusted value then reflects, you said a combination of market and comps? I mean, market and
Cost.
cost? Okay, I'm a little confused, I'm confusing myself, so. 156,202. Okay, so you got other buildings. You got three, is it three sections?
Two.
Just two? So you've got, okay, so I show 3 pages.
Oh, because of the site improvements? Site
Oh,
improvements?
sorry, okay. And that's on the third one?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, God, I hate this thing. Okay, wait. So your cost, it would be 1,963,539. Is that your total cost?
1566202.
I'm sorry?
1,566,202, and that's after the application.
No, she's doing the total value.
Okay, so that, what, if I add these 3 up on these 3 pages, is that included, those 2 other pages, are they included in the top, that 155? 1,566,202? Is that for all 3? Okay, never mind, I got it, I caught it, never mind. I caught my own mistake. This is okay. Okay. Their land is 888, 889.
Our,
No, their land's
Our land's
400,000.
400,000.
They've got 400,000 on their cost. And the assessor has 444,000 and change, so it's pretty close.
444.
We're about 44,000 different on the land.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
and the petitioner has 400,000 even.
Well, that's, yeah. The land square footage. $889 a square foot. On their land. Okay. Okay, well, I'm at a no, I'm at what they're recommending. 1,000,005.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, based on the testimony on both sides, and the assessor is recommending on a reduction based on the first level of 1,566,202. The LPV is 1,194,509, 100% class 1 at 16%. And that's a Rule A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was based on a correlation of market and cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that, oh, did we, our motion is for no change? Do I hear a second?
It's not a no change, it's a
No, I mean, it's a recommendation, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I second it.
Doing like the.
It's
doing like the-
catching.
I'm catching on with the assessor when they say, well, it's a no change. Do I hear a second?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Okay. I heard paper fall. There you go. So we have a clip, here's a clip. Let's clip it all, so we keep the assessor's packet separate. We have two parcels.
Who's doing the 11:30? Okay. You have a co-
After Glacier Bank, everybody is, nobody's attending that I'm aware of. Thank you. Appreciate it. Write it down. I just need her name. Kelly. Kayleen.
There's a couple new appraisers that.
She was in my class.
Yeah, there's a
DOR.
few of them, and then there's some ones that I've seen before. Okay.
Okay. Okay, you ready to go? We're on the record for docket 1407, and it is 12:59 PM.
This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case is at the 11:30 on the agenda. The petitioner is Glacier Bank, IN. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01407M. It's a multiple, -08. The property ID number is 2222-16-064. Acting as secretary and member is Krista Rush. Representing the assessor's office, what do I do with everybody's cards, is Darren Rasmussen, and he was sworn in a previous hearing. Also Kayleen King. Representing the petitioner is Heather Franklin and Dan Del Monaco. Both have been sworn in previous hearings. So Ms. King, please raise your right hand and state your full name.
Kayleen King.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence and testimony to be given is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Does the assessor have a recommendation?
No further recommendation from the assessor level.
Okay, can you read that, what the first level reduction is?
1,437,360.
And what was this based on?
Cost and market.
Okay. Does the petitioner, do you accept that value, or do you want to proceed?
No, we would like to proceed. Okay, so this property is located in Bullhead City. As you can see by the pictures to the right of that is Highway 95. What we're talking about today encompasses both the bank building and that parking lot that's due west of that. So the building itself, it is, again, half and half, roughly. We occupy probably a little over 50% in a bank branch, and the other space is office space that hasn't been leased in a number of years. The building itself needs a significant remodel on both sides. It is probably, honestly, our worst-looking branch that we operate out of. As you'll note, the bank's space right there, there is no available parking on that parcel, so therefore we have the adjacent parcel as parking. At some point, obviously, we need to look at doing some sort of consolidation. I think the concern that we're coming with this one, going back to the original discussions, is the property had a fair market value of $560,000 when it was acquired in 2020. That price now is based on the full cash value of the assessors. It was basically at 1.8. They did recommend an amended number of it at $1.4 million. Based on the 1.8 number, it's a 216% appreciation in value over a 3-year period, which is not correct. We're looking at trying to bring this in line, maybe similar to the other branches that we've talked about. It's drastically overstated, given what the project is. And I think with that, I think we would probably open up to questions, because the second parcel where the parking is, you can't do anything with that other than parking. You can't add a building there, because then it wouldn't meet the required space allotment for if you added any stick-built construction there. So theoretically, we have a lot and the building. Going back to the conversation in Havasu, I think we overheard there was like about $8 a square foot. You calculated on the land. Bullhead City is by far less valuable than prime real estate in Havasu. And if you were to calculate that number, I mean, that puts the full cash value of the land at about $100,000 versus, I think, what we're accounting for in this at $219,000. So just on the land component, it's probably twice as much as maybe what it's worth. And secondly, we feel that the fair cash value of the overall improvements should be reduced.
And just to conclude, our appraiser with the same Marshall and Swift cost approach that we've been looking at throughout these properties, he concluded a value of $620,000 for this property. That's attributing a land value of $150,000 with the combined parcels. There's been some question of the $154,000 in external market obsolescence. So even if we exclude that, we're coming up with a value of roughly $800,000 by our calculations on a cost approach for both parcels combined.
Okay, so, did you have land sales? Did you submit land sales, or?
Yes, they were after the Marshall and Swift value. There's a land sale at 2365 7th Street, $4.72 a square foot.
What's the total land square footage of both parcels together? Do you have that?
I
Do you have that?
for you just a moment.
So the parking lot's 13,405. I would imagine the other one is probably, you're probably going to be close to that total number of 30,000, maybe 35,000 square feet for everything. And if you compare that to the comp that's after that Marshall and Swift report, I mean, that was a half acre, so that would probably put us slightly over that, and that was at 107. And I think the county has it at 400,000.
Yeah, so 31,126 square feet is the total site size of the two parcels.
On your multiple parcel, and I know you didn't work this up, so I don't always expect you to defend everything, so I know it's tough what you're doing. On the multiple parcel appeal worksheet, which is the second thing, the full cash value has 0 for the second parcel. Is that just because the workup was 600,000 for both? Just the second sheet in the
Correct.
petition?
He's
Okay.
600,000
He just
for
grabbed everything and
Grabbed
said
everything.
600 for both. He's not saying
He's
there's no
asking it to be
value in the
taxed
second
together.
parcel. He's
Yeah.
just saying the value together for both parcels is
Correct.
600, correct? Okay. Okay, I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
No, you're good. I don't think we have, do you have anything?
No.
I think we're good.
Nothing for now?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead and proceed.
Subject consists of two parcels. The first parcel has a total building area of 4,913 square feet. It is segregated into two building types. The first is a bank built in 2000 of average quality and condition with 2,952 square feet. The second improvement is a separate leasable office building with 1,961 square feet, also built in 2000 with average quality and condition. Site improvements include a 308 square foot wood canopy, 636 square feet of concrete block wall with stucco, 820 linear feet of concrete curbing, 2 high-intensity light poles, 2,876 square feet of desert landscaping, and 7,557 square feet of concrete paving. The second parcel is listed as commercial yard imps, built in 2000 of average quality and condition. Site improvements include 372 square feet of concrete block wall with stucco, 417 linear feet of concrete curbing, 90 square feet metal gate, 8 lights with light poles, 1,731 square feet of desert landscaping, and 8,000 square feet of concrete paving and a trash enclosure. Both parcels are located on a total of 31,126 square feet of prime commercial land on Highway 95 in a busy shopping center in Bullhead City. Subject property was part of a 2020 merger between Mojave State Bank and Glacier Bank. Petitioner provided a cost analysis, 3 sales in the Bullhead area, and an income and expense statement. Petitioner's cost breakdown is for a central bank and suggests a 60% depreciation rate and a 10% economic obsolescence. Marshall and Swift suggests a 29% depreciation rate for a bank and 75% depreciation for commercial site improvements. The quantity and quality of data for banks deemed the income and market approach unreliable. More weight was given to the cost approach. The commercial market adjustment is for all commercial properties sold in the Bullhead area, but appears to be excessive for a bank. Based on our commercial market analysis, 25% economic obsolescence was applied at the assessor level. No further recommendation from the assessor level. I did provide a cost breakdown that compared the bank versus the central bank. It's behind the cost approach to value. And then behind that is the market analysis, which is the same as what you've heard, one Lake Havasu bank sale, and then 2 office buildings. And then I also want to note that the land sale that they provided was a vacant land sale in Old Bullhead. That's 10 miles away from this subject property, and it's not on the highway. It's tucked behind a commercial property. I think he pulled it up.
It's up on, the comparable's up on the screen, land comparable.
Just to be clear, that's 95,
And,
right?
and then I'll bring up,
95
This is
is,
on the
bring up
left.
ours on,
Right there.
Madam Chair, I'll bring up ours on the,
Yeah, I'm trying to see what,
I'm just trying to qualify. So that 95 is on the left, right? And so this parcel's off of 95, like the parcel that we're talking about today is off that same spot, right?
Madam Chair, we're not quite done yet. I'll show this right here.
the
This is,
comp that
this
you
is
brought
the,
up.
this is the comparable, and then I'll show you the subject. So there'll be, you can look directly at it and come to your own conclusion. As soon as I get this darn thing to work. Come on. There we go. All right, 222. It's a pad on the front of a shopping center with access right to the highway and its own access in. So,
And a corner lot.
basically, yeah.
Do you have anything else?
That's it for now.
that's it
Thank
for
you.
now.
Okay, petition.
Yeah, so again, going back to the question at hand, one, yes, it is a corner lot. Two, that's one-way access. You can't turn any way but into that from going southbound on 95. Secondly, the lot that's in question that they're saying was the same as off of highway access. It doesn't. That lot that we're talking about is in the same exact position, just on the other side of the road is what they're petitioning, correct? I mean, the other one that you had doesn't have direct 95 access either. Is that a fair statement? Right?
You ask us, not.
Well, I mean, is that, I'm just asking, so if we pull up both of them, that space that we're talking about as a vacant lot for the parcel is almost the equivalent of what the county just showed, saying that it was dated and not off 95. They're both in the same spot. We're not arguing the building, but we're arguing the value of the land at $219,000 versus what something should be somewhere around probably 107 is what the comps come up to be. So I think them trying to discount what the comp is being provided is not relevant because that space doesn't have access to 95. You have to go down a side street to get. The same with this one. And the ingress and egress to this one's actually probably worse than the other one where you can go both ways, where this one you can only go south off 95 out of that interchange. Secondly, in order to get to that space anywhere else, you're going to have to go up to the light that's on the north end of this, or you're going to have to go to a light that's on the south end and go through an entire shopping center that is convoluted to get to that space. So I disagree with kind of some of their assessment of that property.
Well, and okay, I'm not gonna say anything yet. Anything else, sir?
I just would conclude what Dan mentioned. The reason we chose the comparable sale that's identified in there is because we were specifically trying to show the value of that the rear lot that's being valued separately from the front lot. And that's why you likely see a lesser value than highway frontage property.
Are
For it
okay,
all,
are you
because
talking about the subject property?
Correct. The subject property, the front parcel is highway frontage, but the
Right.
rear lot that's being valued separately has no direct ingress egress off the highway.
But we're looking at an economic unit. Is the land value different on 75? 75?
1738 Ash.
I just don't see, I guess where I'm looking at the comparable of the cost between the assessor and the petitioner, $14 a square foot for land value versus what we had concluded at $5 a square foot. There's a very large discrepancy there, and I think that's where most of our disagreement comes in with the concluded value on the cost approach.
Okay, please speak a little bit louder because, you know, we got this distance.
No problem. I would just say to close, the main discrepancy that I see between what we show with the petitioner as the cost basis and what the assessor's showing as the cost basis is the land value. They're concluding $14.05 a square foot for the land value. We're showing, based on our comparables, roughly $5 a square foot.
But your comparable property was how far away?
I mean, everything in Bullhead is pretty relative to each other. It showed Highway 95 in the map that the assessor pulled up. So it may be one parcel off the highway, but it's directly adjacent to Highway 95, the same as our subject property.
Did it have a corner influence?
It did.
You want me to bring
Okay.
it?
Can you pull up the picture of that other comparable land sale, please?
Let me see. No, I'm saying on the comparable.
No, you can go, you can't turn on the highway now. That's why I was clarifying that.
What kind of buildings are around that parcel? What kind of businesses or what kind of buildings are we looking at?
Looks like from our comparable sales map, I can't zoomed in enough. Most of all directly off of Highway 95 in Bullhead is retail, office.
That one,
Industrial.
This looks more
302
industrial.
doesn't look like it's retail or office, which would
Well, if
be
you zoom
equivalent
out
to
a
the
little.
bank photo that we looked at, the bank aerial. That was a bank, obviously, and then a parking lot. That looks like more industrial. I don't even know what it is, but
There's more duplexes down there and more, like a motel that they converted into an apartment complex. There are small retail stores that have been there for many years.
Location.
You can see across the street there, there's, you know, some, it's like a hotel or some office, retail.
So this property, just so we're clear, so this light is about the third light into Bullhead City. The first two lights contain Home Depot, not Lowe's, but Home Depot, Sam's Club. It's tremendously built out, and that's probably within maybe a mile at most from where this subject property is.
The comparable sale, the land
Yeah,
sale.
yeah. And that is at a light. The post office, actually, that property in front of it is the US Post Office.
On the comparable land sale.
Yeah, I believe that's what this says it is.
Well, it's hard for me to make.
Actually, the post office
one
is
sale
one.
doesn't make market,
yeah.
and I don't know if the assessor,
I don't,
did you submit land comps?
No.
Assessor Rep, do you have a site, I know the combined site size of both parcels, but what's the site size for parcel ending in 075?
$13,405, I believe. You're talking about the lot, ma'am?
Yes.
$13,405.
Since I asked the assessor, I just want them to confirm. No, you're okay.
Acres, so 43,560 times .40. Yeah, 17,512.
So the back parcel 075 is 13,614 square feet.
Showing me a dash value separation.
Are both parcels supposed to have the same dollar per square foot land value?
That's what I was looking.
Is this the land? No, that's the comp. What's the parcel number?
222
Yeah,
075.
hold on. Too many twos. 222.
We don't have any land sales, the assessor doesn't, correct?
Anything with the breakdown of the land for each parcel, do we?
I'm getting that right now.
Oh,
Well, there's the land, 117.
So the back parcel we have listed at 177,000,
004.
Even?
004.
Thank you.
what is it?
$177,004.
Is it 30? No, it's 13.
Comes out to $13 a square foot.
1329.
No, because it's 13,614 square feet for the back parcel.
Okay, so 70, wasn't 13,314?
No, 614.
Oh, 614.
That's what I wrote down.
Is it 13,614?
Correct.
Okay. So what did you get at?
I got $13 a square foot, even.
And the other one was
Do you have a
what?
land value for the corner parcel?
That's 064, right? It's like,
2632, sorry,
okay, 263.
236.
263,
Okay, read that again.
263,236. 17.
Just want to make sure they both come out to, and so that one's at $15.03 a square foot.
17,520.
Yeah, 1502, roughly, depending on how you round.
So are you valuing them at separate values?
Yes.
Even though they're an economic unit?
Yes.
Took us a while to get there, but we got there.
Can sleep in there.
Well, if I adjusted to $13 per square foot
For the other one? For the one
for
that's
both
not?
parcels,
Yeah, because one's not, the other one is
Right.
13.
to 13. And let me see what that does. It'd be like a 3% reduction.
227,656.
I don't know if can I ask a question? Did we get any substantiation or data to support the either the $13 or the $15? Was there any
We're in comparable?
deliberation?
deliberation, so, that's what we're looking at.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay? So I get 404,638. That, yeah, so,
For land value?
yeah. And then adding back in the improvement. Which I'm fine with,
That's the only thing I can do.
adding back in the improvement.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
So it'd be 1,401,758.
So did you get 227,656 for the land value on the 064 parcel when you did $13 a square foot?
Okay, let's see. Which one is, let's see, the 75 is 13,614?
You got 14,018,780?
I got 231,556. Or 64, would it be 64? Yeah.
I got 227,656 because the size of the lot is
812.
17,512.
You have, okay, where did I get the 17,812?
No,
Is that, am I,
let me
okay,
just double check my numbers.
17,512? Is that,
Yes. Because the total is 13,126.
okay,
So take 17,512 times 13.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay, 227. 656.
Yeah.
Four oh four, 638.
I just have 404,660. How'd you get that?
I don't know.
17,512 times 13. 17,512 times 13 even.
Let's just go with what you have.
And then and then the total improvement value, just to confirm with the assessor, is 997,120, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to reduce the value to $1,401,780,000. That's a reduction in the land value to parcel ending in -064 to $13 a square foot. Since this is an economic unit, both parcels would be valued then at $13 a square foot. That parcel is 222-16-064. And that has a size of 17,512 square feet at, oh, wait a minute, we totally did this wrong. Okay, I take that back. That's already at 13, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why you're supposed to correct me.
Well, I was the square footage because, like I said, my hearing, not that I'm going deaf, it's just that people are not, they need to talk a little louder. Maybe I'm just,
Oh, no, that's correct. Isn't it? -064 is at $15 a square foot, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so that will be valued, instead of 263, 236, it'll be valued at 227, 656, which is $13 per square foot. And so that brings a total land value between the two parcels of $404,660, plus the improvement value of $997,120, which comes from the assessor's cost analysis, which gives us a total of $1,401,780,000. And, what?
Go ahead.
Okay, the limited value would be $1,017,026. Class 1, 16%. And is that a Rule A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do I hear a
That's
second?
your motion?
That's my motion, sorry.
I'll second your motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Okay. And then we just have to break this out. So if I have the two values, so I'll be able to break all these out because I've got the numbers right here. So, okay.
It's 1:30, nobody got a lunch.
Can I just ask one quick question? So they didn't provide any comps for the land, which is what we asked, and that's, we're just taking off value. I just literally Googled a property that's less than a mile from here, from this, our subject property, and it's at $3.49 a foot. And it's on the highway with frontage, literally 1 mile from where we're at, on the parkway. They didn't provide any comps to state that we were wrong. And we're
Well, the
going off of what.
presumption is that the assessor is correct.
Well, that's the
And
assumption.
then we had one land sale from you, but that doesn't make it, that's the market,
I'm not saying that.
especially
but
with location or,
They didn't provide any.
They're not required to. You have the proof. They
Right.
have the presumption of correctness in the eyes of the law. So your bank filed a petition, which means you have the proof. They don't have to provide anything.
Okay, so just seeing what we've talked about, I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I understand.
They haven't provided proof on 2/3 of what we've done, right? Because we've had adjustments, and now we're just saying, hey, we're going to take it, it's a grain of salt. And literally just Googled it in 2 seconds while we were talking about this to say, hey, there's a property right now that's on the frontage that's at $3.49 a foot. Better than the parcel that we're negotiating.
is it the same zoning? Is it the
I
same?
would imagine, it's on,
Square footage,
it's
is
on the highway. It's a 1.15 acres. I can give you the address. It's listed currently right now. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but we're trying to say, hey, we think this value's here, and we're going like, no, we're just saying this is what's substantiated.
And that's why we're asking for the evidence. We review all the evidence, and that's why it was stated one comparable does not make a market. And that's why we need several comparables to be able to evaluate it.
Okay.
And, we're looking through and trying to assess, would you really want to put a bank on that side property, or would you rather have a bank on a corner? Do they equate? And so we're trying to look at the evidence from both perspectives. And they don't have to provide any evidence. They don't by law, but they don't. They do because they're trying to let us look and compare. But I understand what you're saying, but we have to do oral and written testimony.
And
So-
who's to say that maybe the assessor should check that parcel, see if it's really correct? It may be, it may be different zoning or
I mean, it's a sales price, right? It's a
topography.
list
There's a lot of
price.
things that go into that value, so
Transaction, or did my brother
listed
sell
on
it to
It's
my
LoopNet.
sister?
literally listed on,
LoopNet.
it's listed for
it's
sale.
listed.
Why wasn't it provided as a comparable in the,
I just looked at it.
in the,
Okay, well, we have to move on.
I need help breaking all this down. And all I've done is reduce the value for the two parcels. Can you please give me a breakdown of the full cash value for both of those?
yeah, we can do that at the break for
You want to do that?
provide
Okay.
it. Yeah.
I'll put this
Is
aside.
this based on cost? Is that what you're going to say this is?
Yes, we did it based on cost. Mhm. I just put a check there because we're going to have to do the sheet later.
Okay, then we don't do the 419. because-
No, but they did make a recommendation, and then we reduced it lower.
Right, it goes back to here, because we're not taking the recommendation.
It doesn't mean that we're taking it, but they still made the recommendation at the A level. See, they made a recommendation at the A level, and that's why we do the 419.
But we're not taking,
It doesn't mean, that's why I did a 510.
yeah, I don't,
See, what we do is we want to make sure that we put that they made
Okay.
a recommendation at the A level.
right.
But I did a 510 because we did a
Then-
different reduction than the
Okay,
A level.
I didn't know that I thought once we go back, because we always would go back, maybe the 419.
No, the 419's, yeah, it should
Okay.
show that they made something at the A
Yeah,
level. Here, don't forget this one.
well, we have to have a breakdown,
Well, they've got one more,
yeah.
and then they'll give us the numbers. And we'll go back on the record and put those values on the record.
So we're gonna hear the next one.
Pleasure, yeah, and then we can do a break because the rest of the people aren't attending.
Who's representing the 1 o'clock?
Okay, that's got her card. Cerulli, is it Cerulli?
Cerulli.
Oh, I got it right.
Sorely, I know, that's another one that's hard to pronounce.
Thank you. Appreciate the second copy.
Thank you.
Okay, here's your copy. Okay, we're on the record for docket 1408, and it is 1:38 PM.
This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case on the agenda is the 1 o'clock. It's Glacier Bank, IN. The year in question is 2025. The docket number is 01408-08. The property ID number is 320-03-249. Krista Rush is acting as secretary, and then we have from the assessor's office, we have Peter Sorelli and Darren Rasmussen, and both were sworn in previous hearings. Representing the petitioner is Heather Franklin and Dan Del Monaco. Both were sworn in previous hearings. Does the assessor, what is the basis of the appeal?
It's it's market cost and income.
And other, you don't have to read the rest. Okay. Does the assessor, do you have a recommendation?
We recommend no further reduction at the BOE level.
Okay, could you read that value into the record?
1,212,216 full cash value and 1,049,439 LPV
Okay, and what was that based on?
cost.
Cost, okay. And Mr. Del Monaco, do you accept that value, or do you want to proceed?
No, ma'am, I think we just want to have basically the same conversation that we've had for the last 2 hours. Reality is, reality is I think we're going to, one, this property is very similar from, I guess, site-specific to the Wallapai property, which was the very first one that we discussed. They're both on major arteries, not really around the major corridors. So I wouldn't say that one site is more inferior or superior than the other. The argument that would be made with this one, again, it was purchased in March of 2020 for $400,000. The full cash value is amended. That's a 250% increase over what the actual purchase price was of the property in, what is that, about 3 years. That's not accurate. The facility itself, next to Bullhead City, is probably the second worst location that we have that's slated for a pretty full remodel at some point in the next year or two. It is old and dilapidated. Right now, honestly, the parking lot's getting done kind of as we speak. I think the discrepancy, again, lies in the land value. The county's proposing land value of it almost $500,000, which is not accurate. We recently sold 2 acres on another project. I know it's irrelevant to this, in town on a hard corner, very, very hard corner. And it was basically 100,000 more than what this is, and this is 3/4 of an acre. So we tend to believe that the land value associated is where the discrepancy lies between this one and similar to Bullhead and some of the others.
I'd also question the physical depreciation included. There seems to be substantially less included in the assessors, so I'm not sure what. We're showing an economic life of 45 years per Marshall and Swift. The continued question on the Bank Central office versus walk-up and drive-through. I mean, this is a bank central office. There's offices included. So we come up with a value per the cost approach at $460,000. Just to take into account the external depreciation that's come under question in previous assessments, if you adjust that out, you come up with an adjusted value of roughly $550,000 for the property based on the cost approach. And we have a land comparable supported off of Andy Devine that sold around $4 a square foot in 2023.
And is this an office bank?
Yes, ma'am. Strictly bank. There's no external rents or anything like that.
It's one suite.
One suite, yeah.
Is it
just-
strictly bank, or you have an office in there?
There's not an office
Office,
tenant.
yeah,
We
like-
have support personnel that work out of that. It's not strictly a retail branch.
Oh.
There's administrative offices that are owner-user in there.
Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Sorelli?
Subject property is an average quality 4,011 square foot bank that was built in 1966. It has 136 total square foot canopy covers, 22,740 total square foot of pavement, and 1,476 linear feet of block wall. Other improvements include curbing, trash enclosures, and landscaping. Property is located on a 32,245 square foot lot on Stockton Hill and Keno Avenue in Kingman city limits. After a field inspection, we changed the quality of the building from average plus to average to account for its age, quality of construction, and general deferred maintenance. This adjusts the cost value of the building from $1,423,456 to $1,212,217. Market and income information indicate there is limited quality and quantity of bank data available. Therefore, the cost approach is our best method for valuation. I have the cost approach on the next page. Replacement cost new for this is $1,076,851. It has a physical depreciation of 37% or $398,435. Replacement cost new less depreciation of $678,416. The land value we have is $465,958, which indicates a cost value of $1,212,216. also use the Marshall Swift. Again, they're using a central bank.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Rebuttal?
So I think the first rebuttal is the clarification that the building was built in 1996, not 66. And I guess the argument really becomes on, as the condition of the facility, as I mentioned, is rough and it's old. Obviously, it's still usable. Their physical depreciation is at, 37%, where Dale is projecting more at 62%. It does need a significant remodel. I'm like several $100,000s to get to that point. And I think that's kind of stated in the county's adjustment going from average plus to average quality. And I appreciate the benefit of the doubt on that, but it's probably, below that at this time. We have recently gone in and done some stuff, but it is slated for a complete remodel. And again, the argument really would pertain to the land value. From what the county's projecting is at $465,000, and I'm trying to figure, our land value is coming in about $130,000, which obviously creates a pretty decent delta of $330,000.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
Ms. Fresh, do you have any questions, or?
I would like to know why the assessor modified this to average and why they didn't go down another notch to poor.
Another notch?
Or condition.
Further down.
It's an average.
It's viable enough, and its condition is pretty.
I mean, it's being used.
Did you look at the inside?
I looked from the window. It was early morning that day, so it wasn't even open, but it's in the window.
Oh, that's just the, yeah, I have that. Well, I wouldn't compare the land on Andy Devine, and that, the acre, square footage on that is much more than the subject. So, Stockman, is it Stockman? Yeah. Or Stockton? Am I saying it right?
Stockton.
Stockton Hill.
Stockton Hill. Is that a different market than Andy Devine?
Yes,
Stockton Hill's more prime property than.
it's the major
'Cause
commercial.
you got a lot more retail
area of
and
retail
shopping
and
center and,
Banks and
I've been up and down that a number of times that I've been here for hearings. I don't know, the depreciation, again, that's the difference, I think, what, on each side. And where did you get your depreciation?
Marshall and Swift, based on an economic life of 45 years.
45, and what, you're using 50?
We're using 40.
For me?
Or,
Can't be.
No, we'd have to look. It's depending on the CCI class or the construction class. I won't make a comment that I'm not sure of, but,
I mean, what, for this type of a bank, I mean,
I'd have to-
classification, would it
I'd
be
have to pull it up.
45 or 50?
I'd have to pull it up. I can't tell
Oh.
you that just off the top of my
It's only
head. but-
37%.
But it,
Okay.
just the,
I don't think it's
At,
enough.
63% seems awful high. really kind of
It's, the building doesn't look like it's in very good shape.
plain Jane. It's not. Is there a drive-through in this?
Yeah, and thankfully, one day we had a drunk go through there and take out one of the lanes. So that, I'd say the building needs, remodel. But yes, to answer your question, there is a drive-through. I think it's 2 lanes now.
Is it on the other side? Because we just show,
Yeah,
It's
it would be
towards
on
the
the,
rear.
it would be on the north side of the building.
because I don't, the pictures don't show.
So if you look on the, up here, you can see kind of like the canopy
On the side.
to the.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah,
Yeah, the sides I'm seeing doesn't show it, so.
yeah. But
You can
that's
also
it.
see the deferred maintenance of the parking lot in
Yeah,
that area
so
as well.
to put this in perspective, that parking lot and the Wallapai parking lot are getting done right now because they're in that kind of condition, and that's $250,000 just to do that part. So, yeah, it truly needs to be probably remodeled completely.
So, but nobody has any interior pictures?
No, ma'am, it's the fluorescent, it's like the old school drop ceiling with the fluorescent lighting in there.
Yeah.
They're starting to look to change those to LED. There's about 6 or 8 office spaces in there and a small conference room and a small kitchen.
Was it built as a bank?
Yes, ma'am, it was the second branch we built back in '96. We started in Havasu and then went there.
What's the land value? What's the land value of this property?
Well,
Want to go first?
I looked at the condition, of what, the current condition. And I don't know if this is, looks like it needs some work, but I gave it a little bit of an adjustment to $1,137,591.
tell me how you did that?
I took another 10% adjustment towards the improvement value. And just, looking at the age and, I don't know, it's just, I think it deserves another 10% adjustment on the condition of the property. So where are you at?
Well, I'll give you my theory.
The only thing is this must have a high land-to-building ratio, because it's driving, it's like over 300, it's like 302 a square foot.
Yeah.
I don't know if it helps you at all, but previously, when this was built, they built a subject property just to the south. It was all owned by the bank, and then that was sold about the time of the acquisition to get rid of that. So I think there's probably, from the parking aspect, there's probably some sort of easement from that due to the building to land assessment.
Yeah, it looks like it has more land.
Well, my thought was to go off of the petitioner's cost, remove the external depreciation, use the actual land value. So I'm still not buying the depreciation,
Well,
external
I'm just,
depreciation.
yeah, but up here, I just think it's too much, but.
Because if we remove the depreciation external, brings it in, add a depreciated value of the improvements of 421,314, add in the land value 465,959, it gives them a value of 887,273.
But, so you're agreeing with their depreciation?
I know it's high, but I
Yeah.
also look at the pictures of the improvement.
Well,
And
but
this seems high, but it's not much here. And 45 years is built in 1996. I don't think it's a very high life, a very low life.
well, there's going to be.
Straight line, they're using straight line,
I mean,
yeah.
even so, there's always going to be remodeling done or whatever, which hasn't been done. They're
Hasn't been
saying
done.
they're paving the
Yeah,
property, but,
yeah. I just don't know if 10%'s enough. That's my only thing. You're at what value?
okay, I'm at 1,062,965.
Let me get to the page where you would have done that. On here? So did you add 10% here?
No, I took the improvement value minus 20%.
20% or 10%?
20. That's where I'm coming up with a new recommendation. And then added back in the land.
Interesting.
We don't have any land comps from the assessor. We don't have land, we only have that one land comp on Andy Devine of the petitioner, and it's not, I don't think it's a good comp.
said 1,062,965?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second. Because I thought you said you only did 10%, but you did 20%.
I said it, the second one, this one was the first one.
Yeah,
This is the 1,062,960.
okay. I'll second that one.
Okay. And the LPV will remain at 1,049,439, which is a Rule A.
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat the full cash, please?
1,062,965
And that's based on,
cost. It's 100% Class 1 at 16%. It's a Rule A, and that concludes the hearing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming in.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how you do this all day long.
She does.
Oh, she gets the lucky straw then.
She gets
I
to come
keep
in.
asking for a raise, but I don't.
You need one, I think. I've done this once, and I think
It
that's...
took me 20 years to get Mr. Shook to buy new chairs for us to sit in.
Oh, really?
We will make sure Dale is available if we go through this.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. See, I'm going to take a picture of these screens and see
Luckily
if...
for you, we're off the record. But he still might be watching you.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you for staying so late.
Yes, ma'am, we appreciate it, thank you.
Tell Dan you did a good job.
I'll mark these for you.
So I have to give you something to do. Guess I put the code in. Okay, we've got to go to lunch. It's 2:00. We're going to lunch. Mr. Rasmussen.
hey,
I say your name right, because I've known you long enough.
I know.
Yeah, I know, I'm having trouble with it, too.
Call him Hey You. Do you all say his name right? Yes? Rasmussen? Rasmussen? Hey You?
Rasmussen?
Dude?
I'm putting a little bit of a spin on it, but, you know, it makes it sound like he's German or French.
Danish Irish.
Irish?
Danish Irish. That's where the drinking on the cruises comes in.
Okay, what, okay, is Lowe's is not gonna
They're
show
not
up?
coming, and Circle K's are not coming in.
Okay, so what time is it?
2.
Oh, jeez.
It's not too bad. Because
Okay,
that one's
then we just
withdrawn.
come back in as,
Yeah, we'll go get something to eat. Everybody want a break?
yeah,
We do.
okay,
We'll go get lunch.
okay, 3 o'clock. Okay.
Now, I don't have the petition itself, I only have one copy like this, and then they submitted this separate copy, so I'll have to read this. Well, actually, it doesn't say anything, it just says market.
Calling all assessors, calling all assessors.
Nope.
Would you like to go back and open the record on the multi so we can get the
Yes.
numbers first?
Yeah.
Yes, please. 1407, correct? Yeah.
We haven't. Yeah. Wait.
Okay, we're back on the record for docket 1407, and it is currently 3:14 PM. Okay, so this is a two-parcel appeal, and the assessor is going to give us the breakdown for parcel 222-16064. What is the corrected full cash value? The total, please. I'm sorry, 1,000,000. Okay, and the limited value? I have the limited value as 927,795 for that parcel. Is that correct then, that the limited would stay the same? Mr. Rasmussen, do you want us to record the change in land value for our decision? Is that important to you? Because that's what we reduced, was the land value. Okay. I have to find my notes from that. Here we go. 6-4. So just to clarify, you said that parcel ending in 064, the total full cash value is 1,192,790? Yes. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so the way that we break that out is the land value is 227,656, which means that the improvement value I have 965,134. Okay. Okay. Okay, did you get those figures? Yeah. Okay, great. And then for parcel 22216,075, we read.
That is 208,990.
Okay. Okay. And that breakdown for land improvement remained I thought we didn't change that. That was already at $13 per square foot, wasn't it? Or was it changed? There was change that you.
That one was a no change. The 064 was
So we had a full cash, noticed full cash value of 219,652, and you just gave me 208,990. So that should not have changed. $219,652 is the notice value we were provided with for parcel ending in 075.
It was the original. Yeah.
And that should not have changed because that was already on at $13 per square foot.
I'm just wondering if the land square footages were wrong, because maybe I was right what I wrote down.
Because he's whispering. What'd you have for the improvement value on dash 075?
So I gave it 25% off economic obsolescence. I think 219 was before I did that.
Because 219 was the noticed, and we didn't rule on any reduction to that value. If I do this subtraction, I have 42,648. Is that what you have?
So at the assessor level, I gave it 25%, which changed it to 31,986.
Okay, so what you're saying is parcel 075 was reduced?
Yes, at 25%.
Okay, which property is this? Glacier Bank. Okay. So can you tell me that improvement value again with the depreciation? Well, no, the land value was $177,004.
$31,986.
Okay. Okay, so we actually have to correct our decision. I think we're okay. 1401, 780, we're still good. Okay. Okay. So the total full cash value between the two, I still have is $1,401,780. Okay, good. I've got this broken down. Okay. Okay, so we'll read these into the record. For parcel 222-16-064, the land value is $220,656. The improvement value is $965,134 for a total full cash value of $1,192,790. Parcel 222-16-075 has a land value of $177,004, an improvement value of $31,986, for a total full cash value of $208,990. Okay. And then the limited value for parcel 222-16064 is 927,795, class 1, ratio 16%. And parcel 222-16075 has a limited property value of $89,231, class 1, 16%. Okay. And that was all based on the cost approach. Any questions from the assessor? Thank you for doing that. Okay. I'll give you that one. Okay, 1403.
Okay, we're on the record. This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case we're going to go to is the 120. The petitioner is Lowe's HIW, Inc. The tax year in question is 2025. The docket is 01403-08. Parcel number is 120-05-207. Krista Rush is acting as secretary and member. And we have a new assessor.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, okay. And Mr. Garcia, would you please raise your right hand and state your full name?
William Garcia.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and evidence you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say, "I do." I do. Thank you. And also on the assessor was sworn in previously as Darren Rasmussen, and this appears to be a no-show. Right now, it's 3:27, and we'll treat it as a no-show. And Madam Secretary, what is the basis?
Basis is market.
Okay. And the petitioner states that additional documents submitted must contain the parcel number and be attached to the petition in order to be.
That's instructions.
That's the instructions?
They didn't write anything.
That's why I thought,
They didn't write anything.
oh, they didn't write anything.
Nope.
Okay, this is, okay.
It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah, well, it's in the basis. I mean.
That's all they
Okay,
did.
that's a miss, okay, we'll strike that. Okay, the petitioner submitted 9 comparable sales. And I'm assuming that this is a Lowe's. Okay, and the petitioner submitted 9 comparable sales of big box properties that are in Mesa, Prescott Valley, Surprise, Phoenix, Sierra Vista, Show Low, Prescott Valley, Casa Grande, and Phoenix. But there wasn't, is this in Kingman?
It's in Lake Havasu City.
What's in Lake Havasu? And I don't see any that was submitted in one. No, the subject is in Lake Havasu. Okay, but there's no other comps that he submitted. And they range from 2060 to, let's see, what they said. In his property summary, 8 transactions of big box retail properties were identified ranging from $21 to $64 per square foot. The subject property demographics rank on the lower end compared to the properties that transacted. See page 4. The requested value below considers a relative location of the subject. Currently, the full cash value is on at $18,616,585, which was a notice value, and the requested value is $6,199,000. And okay, so is the assessor, do you have a recommendation? Oh, you do have a recommendation. Go ahead.
Yes, no change from the assessor level appeal, so the full cash value at the assessor level was brought down to $13,587,673.
And what was that based on?
Reduction in the land cost, land did an analysis, so that lowered the cost, and then we gave them a 30% economic obsolescence for a big box store.
And is this Lowe's open?
Yes.
It's an open, but you still gave them consideration? You gave them 30%, an additional 30% obsolescence?
Yes.
Was it economic or
Functional.
functional?
Or economic, I apologize,
Economic?
economic.
What was it, what was the reduction to per square foot?
So
I'm sorry, what? 9863. And did you happen to get a copy of their sales comps of what they were submitting?
yes, I did. And like as you stated, all of them, not only were they outside of Lake Havasu City, none of them were from Mojave County.
And I can tell that, I think, even if you were doing it or getting comps from other counties, let me see, I think if, that comp, what was it, Best Buy? Okay. Were some of these sales, were they closed?
Most of them were. They were empty when the sales went through.
Looked like they, okay, because I think the one, if it was Metro Center, that's been closed. If, let's see, let me see if I can. It's not giving me a. I just think that Metro Center, I think that's been demolished. Or it's in the process because our Metro Center in Phoenix is in the process of completely being demolished. And we have another center, Fiesta Mall over in Mesa, that's just been completely demolished.
That sale was from 2020, right?
Yeah.
Metro Parkway, it's possible.
And so your typical big box, if it wasn't closed and still operating, they wouldn't be under, let's see, what did he have? 64. I mean, $21 to $64, that's kind of a, big range, but are anything over $60, would that constitute it being open, or? I don't know. I was trying to read I was trying to look and see what, how they were sold, with what he submitted. And, because sometimes it's, really the sale is just in land only. They're buying it for the land. But he didn't give the second page of the CoStar. Yeah. Well, there's more information there than I mean, I know, I've listened to other cases and at Metro Center and also Fiesta Mall, that's in Mesa. And, excuse me, and I know for sure that they've, been demoed. Except Metro Center, they're starting to, demolish the buildings. They're going to repurpose, the property. Same thing in Mesa. They're going to end up repurposing it. And, but do you have anything else?
Not a whole lot. We did an income analysis also, a pro forma.
Uh-huh.
And that came out to $14,670,602, so that's kind of right in line with where we were. Also, there's another Lowe's in Bullhead, that they didn't appeal. And with just the improvement square footage, the price per square foot was $104, and that's without the land.
That's without the land.
Yeah.
And so you adjusted the land and then gave an economic adjustment for the improvements, or for the total, or for the improvements? Okay. Anything further? No. Right. Well, sometimes they'll leave the name, the brand name up, before, or until there's, something is done, or they're just unloading it, but, and then in comparison is, could you compare a Lowe's with a Kohl's or with a Sears? I mean, because Lowe's is more selling, tools and, I mean, they have a variety of stuff that they sell. Maybe compare.
Is the Lowe's is a single unit, whereas a lot of those are shopping center areas too.
That's true, that's true. Or if you compare it to a Home Depot, but then, I don't know if there's differences in a Home Depot because of the brand name versus a Lowe's. Ms. Rush, do you have any questions?
I mean, everybody's brought up a lot of the points. Most of these don't show the days on the market.
Yeah. Well, at least the comparables were in Arizona. But even so, I mean, it's hard to grasp if you're not familiar with that area. And then again, like I said before, you don't have that second page. They're not stating, any detail of why they sold.
Here's a Sam's Club in Prescott that was on the market for 1,153 days.
To me, I was just surprised that something in Prescott Valley would close because of the population growth. But again, I don't know, I don't have all the facts.
Here's another one in Casa Grande. I think it was a Walmart shopping center, in the shopping center. It's on the market for 897 days. Conditions, redevelopment project. That was the Florence, Casa Grande, I think. That was sale 8. Some of these are pretty old. I mean, the sales.
Yeah.
Just feel like I don't have enough information.
Well, I'm going to rule in favor of the assessor. If I had more information, if the petitioner had been here to give a little bit better explanation of the sales comps. And I think that they have treating the property in a fairly manner by adjusting the land value and giving a economic adjustment to the improvements. And so I would move to accept the assessor's full cash value, which was given at the first level of $13,587,673. The LPV is $11,500,268. It's 100% Class 1 at 16%. And this is a Rule A. Second that. And do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. And that concludes the hearing.
Cost. Let me finish them. Let me mark them all.
Well, it's better to be prepared
Have marked and not
when
marked
you're
at
by
all.
yourself.
I won't be doing that.
Yes. Yes.
I thought we already did that. It should have already been taken care of.
140?
We'll do it just in case, but I believe we did it already, and the staff already took care of it.
If
My question was gonna be, do you need the email?
We have it.
we don't have the folder, do we?
We don't even have a folder for it.
If we don't have the folder, we don't have to go on the record. If we have the folder, then I would ask you, do you have any, do you accept the withdrawal? And then the board would say yes, but we don't, since we don't have the folder.
And technically, really, it's the COB, right?
Yeah.
So if our policy is if it happens less than 5 days before the hearing, we do it in the hearing room. If it's more than 5 days, we just process it in the office. So it's typically how we do it. County board might be a little bit different, but that's mainly how we do it. We all are. We have 292 Maricopa appeals with her. Yeah. She won't visit anybody at the counties. Okay. She got a lot to do. Okay, we are gonna be, let me make sure I got us double clicked. You're back. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's still Willie Garcia, correct? Correct. Or William?
I go by Willie, but
Okay.
my name's William, so when I swear in.
Okay, we're on the record for docket 1400, and it is 3:46 PM.
This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The 2 o'clock is Circle K Stores. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01400-08. The parcel number is 120-05-119. Sitting as member and secretary is Krista Rush. Representing the Mojave County Assessor is Willie Garcia and Darren Rasmussen. Both were sworn in previous hearings. The petitioner is a no-show. Madam Secretary, what was the appeal based on?
It's based on cost. It says property is appraised in excess of fair market value. Please see attached Marshall and Swift cost analysis.
The petitioner's is requesting based on cost. And the current full cash value is on at $1,213,801. Does the assessor have any recommendation?
Yes, we recommend a no change from the assessor's level of full cash value, $1,213,000, or $213,801.
And is that a cost value?
Correct.
Okay, and the petitioner submitted a calculator cost form, source Marshall Valuation Service, calculator cost method, square foot costs. And they're using on the building, they're using an 80% depreciation for both the building and the side adds and a canopy. And what year was this built?
This was built in 1986, and then there's, what's missing in all of that, that they don't put in, there's a storage unit, a mini storage unit on the property that they don't use anymore, but they don't value it. So that's not on there, and that's one of the major discrepancies, is the fact that they pretend like it doesn't exist.
When the assessor is assessing it, that's included in the full cash value?
Correct.
And so, okay,
And they're aware of that. We had a meeting and I spoke to, I think her name's Sally, on the phone, and her take on it was that, well, we don't use it, so therefore it has no value. And it's like, I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
And then they do also use it, they use one of the units, they will store like shelving and stuff in there, but they don't rent them out to the public, which is strange considering in Lake Havasu City, the storage units are in high demand. I mean, if you look at the overhead view, there's storage units right behind it, there's storage units to the left of it, and all those are full.
so I see the canopy, and then you've got the building in the middle?
So if you're looking at the overhead view here,
Yeah.
oh, sure. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're good. You see the canopy, then you see the building in the middle, and then the storage unit is to the right of that.
And so there's,
And
so
they're-
that's
they
not in
don't
their
have that
calculate.
on their cost breakdown at all.
What's, if you go to your page 2, which improvement numbers is that?
Number 3, I believe. So.
So that's the number 408 model?
Okay, so that's the storage. So 75,000 more.
And as far as looking at what the petitioner submitted, I don't see any land comps. They're not, they didn't include that building. And is, what, on your depreciation, do you use an 80%?
I do not believe.
It looks like,
Oh, yeah, up at the top.
so,
It's maxed out. And then our land also did a land analysis and verified that, and I put the land analysis on the back of that.
okay.
It should be right after the income, so.
And so they came up with a improvement value of $281,262. And they're coming up with a land value of $160,220 without any support.
Yeah.
And so what is your land value on per square foot?
It's $900, or $9.18, or $9.18 a square
you have two land comps?
Correct.
That sold in 2022 and 2023. And they sold for $871 and $966 a square foot. So. And they're both very close to the subject. They're in the same book and map. And the sizes are very close. Yeah, see, here's the. Well, I don't think the burden has been met. I think that there's things missing in what they submitted. And I think the differences are of the lack of adding that building, which you can see from the pictures, it's a warehouse, mini warehouse.
And they used to use it, they used to rent it out, but then upper management decided they didn't want to do that for whatever reason, so they just stopped.
Yeah. But it's not boarded up or, you know, falling down or anything. It still could be, it's, you know, it could be used by them for,
Well, like I said, they do use one unit to store shelving and stuff. I took a picture through the window where you could kind of see where the shelvings were, and they had racks. And then also, like I said, if you look at that above picture, there's storage units right behind it. And if we zoomed out even more to the left across the street, there's another 2 rows of storage units, and those are all completely,
yeah.
there's no vacancy in those. And those ages are very comparable to the Circle K.
I'm just wondering if there, and there was no signage that they're renting it to the public?
They're not renting it. Like I said, upper management nixed that for, I don't know why.
I drove by there last week and, because I wanted to see it as well, and they're locked up, so we don't know, I mean, I think, and the far end where you keep it in the window, may have been part of the office, or potentially, I don't know, that's why we used it, but the storage units all have big locks on them. It's not in the greatest shape, but it certainly could be marketed and used for income or for personal storage for the company, so it's not a business decision, it's a building.
How much potato chips and candy can they, can they store in the, how much beer can they store? Okay, well, I think I again, do you have any questions or?
No, I mean, the petitioner, you know, met the minimum to just get this petition accepted by providing, you know, the cost of improvements and the land value, but not to provide any land comparables. They did not provide a full cost analysis. So I don't believe that the burden has been met.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion for a no change at $1,213,801. The LPV is $712,089, 100% Class 1 at 16%. And this is a Rule A?
Correct.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
I guess so.
My one and only vote. And that concludes, and that was based on cost, and that concludes the hearing. Oh, I don't have this on.
Oh, almost forgot to get the docket number. Okay, go ahead and correct me. Kayleen King, right? See, you guys are testing us.
Yeah, they sneak somebody else in there, and you look, and you start to say somebody else's name. No. You have a couple of new appraisers that I've never seen here. Okay.
On the record for docket 1399 at 3:58.
This is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. The next case we're going on the agenda is the 220. The petitioner is Circle K Stores. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01399-08. The property ID is 213-60-001. Also on the panel is acting as secretary and member is Krista Rush. Representing the Mojave County Assessor is Darren Rasmussen and Kayleen King. Both were sworn in previous hearings. Does the assessor have Madam Chairman, here I go again, Madam Secretary. See, I'm always used to being on this side. Does the petitioner, what was the base on?
Basis was cost. It says property is appraised in excess of fair market value. Please see attached Marshall and Swift cost analysis. Their opinion of value is $526,724.
Okay, thank you. And looking at the petitioner's document that they submitted was a one-page calculator cost form. The source is Marshall Valuation Service Calculator. Cost method is square foot costs. The petitioner did not submit any land with the cost form. And it appears on their cost, they have a store, C-store for the occupancy, and the depreciation they used was 37%. On the canopy, they used 80%, and on the site ads, they used 80% as their depreciation. Their land value that they were using on that calculator form was $147,960, and the improvements at $378,768, with a total value of $526,724, and that's what they're requesting on the appeal. Okay, I'll go ahead and have Ms. King go ahead and present.
Subject is on a
So are she not including all the improvements or, I mean, side ads or the,
She just does, she just includes 35,000 square feet of concrete.
oh, okay. And okay, and are you, you had submitted some land comps? You want to go over those?
Yes, so the page after the comparative cost calculation is the land analysis. Sale numbers 1 through 3 have flat topo-like subjects. Sale number 4 has rolling topography, and the land department made an adjustment on that one. But it supports our land value.
And so your time adjustment range from 463 a square foot up to 720, and the subject's currently on at 350 a square foot? And their land analysis shows 269 a square foot, but there's no land comp submitted with the appeal. And on your cost, was there anything different? Was the depreciation anything different, or?
Yes, ours shows 60% depreciation on all the improvements, store, the canopy, the concrete, and all the sidings. Where the convenience store PDUs, the store was about 37% depreciated, and then the sidings are at 80% depreciation.
Okay. And so, and as you said before, there was concrete paving that was not included with her analysis. And then the land value, she was using 269 a square foot, but there's no backup for it. Ms. Rush, do you have any questions?
Other than we're missing land comps from the petitioner, no?
Yep, and I don't think they're including all the side imps and.
No.
So I'm going to move, based on cost, the full cash value to remain the same as the notice value of $887,612. The LPV is $657,600. 100% Class 1 at 16%. And is it Rule A?
Yes.
And do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. And this, again, the full cash value is based on cost. And that concludes the hearing.
You can't have it yet.
Are you our finale?
I've been waiting this whole time. Thank you. Thank you for your card.
You're really gotten good.
Thank you. You're a good trainer.
I know, I got these are marked up here. I should be yelling at you like you yell at me when down in Phoenix. No, you don't yell at us.
Not you, everybody
Not me.
else.
Not everybody else. I know, I got on Jay the other day about not filling stuff out.
Maricopa's been slacking with the mixed ratios. Jay's been on the panel, the mixed ratios.
Yeah, they're on there?
They've been slacking, not filling them
really?
out. Mary and Jay, yeah, been the big surprise. Okay, last one. Let's make it last. Okay, we're on the record for docket 1398, and it is 4:09 PM.
Okay, this is the Mojave County Board of Equalization. I, Susan Fair, am chairing for Mojave County for the Board of Supervisors in their auditorium in the Administration Building in Kingman, Arizona. Today's date is October 1st, 2024. We're going to go to the last case of the day, which is the 240. The petitioner is Circle K Stores. The year in question is 2025. The docket is 01398-08. The property ID number is 324-10-041A. Also on the panel is Krista Rush, who's acting as secretary and member. Representing the Mojave County Assessor is Darren Rasmussen. And we have a new appraiser with the county, with Mojave County, Dennis Wheeler. And Mr. Wheeler, would you please raise your right hand and state your name?
Dennis Wheeler.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence and testimony to be given is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what was the appeal based on?
It was based on cost. It states property is appraised in excess of fair market value. Please see attached Marshall and Swift cost analysis. And the owner's opinion of value is $1,388,188.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
and the petitioner is requesting a value of $1,388,188. The petitioner submitted a calculator cost form, source Marshall valuation service calculator cost method, square foot costs. They show a C-store, canopy, and concrete as their side ads. The petitioner's improvement value is $1,051,548. The land is $336,640. No land comps were submitted with the appeal. And going back to the depreciation, let's see what they used. They used, okay, on the building, they used 6%, the canopy 22%, and 38% on the concrete. And again, no land comps were submitted. So, Mr. Wheeler, why don't you go ahead and present?
The subject is an average quality 6,000 square foot convenience store built in 2018 with a 3,400 square foot service station canopy and other associated side improvements. It's located in central Kingman on the city's main commercial corridor. The lot size is 1.04 acres. The appeal was based on the cost approach. After a field inspection, we found that there were errors in the data collection. After fixing the errors, the indicated improvement value was changed from $1,492,423 to $1,070,429. The tax agent's analysis shows the improvement value as $1,051,548, a difference of less than 2%. The agent's analysis has the land value
And so that was the first level, was a reduction.
Yes.
And as far as the land, what did you, did you reduce, I'm sorry, did you reduce the land?
Yes, from 719,605 to 642,586. And that analysis is on page 3,
And what was that per square foot?
$14.18.
Okay. And their land, they, 746 a square foot, but they have no land comps. Okay. And as far as the depreciation, you'd use 6%? Is that a new building? Pretty new,
2018.
yeah. Would the 6% also be applied to the canopy and the concrete or side ads?
Yeah, that would be the
Because,
total replacement cost.
okay. And the petitioner has no documentation on where they came up with their depreciation.
Straight line, I would assume.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Rush, do you have any questions or
Yes, can you
comments?
give me an idea of the errors that you fixed?
We changed the building square foot from 8543 to 6,000. Somebody had measured it at 120 foot long. It was only 100.
Oh, that's a big
So it was
difference.
a significant change in square foot. The wall height, I changed from 18 feet to 12 feet.
Oh, wow.
There was a small canopy out front that looked more decorative to me than actual functional, so I deleted that completely. The square foot of reinforced concrete, I changed it from 9,064 to 3,500 and added 5,664 square foot of unreinforced concrete. I added light poles, trash enclosure, and concrete curbing.
Those are pretty big errors. Is there any plan to issue a proposed correction? Okay. It allows you to go back 3 years, the current tax year and up to 3 prior years.
But it wouldn't do anything to the limit values, so we couldn't do a tax roll correction. I would assume for the previous years too, it's quite low. Well, now it's only 200,000.
Those are pretty big errors. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you for the summary.
I will move to accept the assessor's reduction, which was given at the first level of $1,713,015, which was a cost value. The LPV is $1,496,177. 100% class 1 at 16%. And is this a Rule A? Thank you.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the ayes have it.
I keep doing 555s. You changing my 555s? Are you changing my 555s? Because I'm doing them wrong.
I haven't touched them.
What?
What?
Are you fixing my 555s?
Are they wrong?
Only if they're not reductions. Here.
This is where the panel has to check, check these codes.
This one was okay. See, I did a 555 and this, oh no, this is right. Okay, we're okay. I'm so used to just like what happened with the petitioner and not what the assessor did.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty good. Thank you.
I think we should give back the cards to Darren, and he has to hand them back out.
We'll be back for, well, she'll be back for notice of change.
Yeah, I know. Well, and I have, I think I have just tons of cards that I've received over the years that I forget to throw, guess I should throw them out. Then I found some in my wallet. I thought, this is ridiculous.
YouTube? Having to do what? I've never done it, where they've live streamed it. Is there a way to find out? Okay, so I think we're still on YouTube. We don't want to talk until we are. Oops. Of course, I could find out. I sent it to my husband. Nope, we're still on.